36. That's 8. $43. 36. That's 7.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the WESPAC 2025 happening live right here in Accra, Ghana. This is game 17, and on our screens we have Timmy Woko from Nigeria going against Arshan from England. We've had quite an interesting game so far. Timmy started with JEAT for 22 points and Ashan replied with ANN. After a few moves, Ashan came back with internal, scoring 68 points. And, the players have been, playing their scores. And right now we have Timmy Woko, his last move, playing Blisses, scoring 78, tallying the scores. Timmy's 265 to Ashan's 219. Here with me today in the commentary booth is Okwemi. Say hi to the viewers, Okwemi.
Good morning, everyone watching. It's good to be here once again, and it's good to be able to commentate on this beautiful game. Today, we have once again Woko and Ashan on our screens, and as you can see, we've seen a couple of bingos come down, and the last one from Timmy Lisa scoring 78. Now is Ashan's turn to move. How do you feel today, Excel?
Yeah, I'm excited. We still have a lot more Scrabble to come. They're going to play 32 games in total, and the top two players are going to play a best of seven on Sunday. So right now in the standings, it's very interesting. We are seeing Timmy Woko on your screens is in fact topping the standings right now, and in second place is Arshan. In third place on the standings, we have Adam Logan from Canada. And on our stream yesterday, we saw Webinto, play some marvelous games, and right now he's in fourth place. In fifth place, we have Katri Wasim from Pakistan, and the GOAT himself, Nigel Richards, in sixth place. So I feel there's still, a lot of Scrabble to come, a lot of upsets to come, and I'm here for it. If you're just joining the stream, this is WESPAC 2025, and this is the 17th round of the tournament. All right, we've seen Ashan make his move, playing Void, I believe, leaving CEL on his rack. Back to Timmy Woko, we have LDWINBT, only one vowel available for Woko on this turn. Let's see what he could make off this move. And it's worth mentioning, Void really opens up the board because there is the avoid and avoid hook. So I'm curious to see if any of the players cash in on that spot later on. Timmy Woko wastes no time. 19 minutes on his clock. He has barely spent 6 minutes since the game has started, and he's playing wild right now. What a interesting move, leaving NBT. Let's see if he goes into the bag and can draw some vowels to help with that. All right, we are yet to see Ashan pick all of his letters, but right now we see him arranging it is as CEEILMS. I'm sure he's happy to see the S on his rack. All right, no bingos available for him on this turn. With a floating L, he could play missiles. With a B, he could play simplies. But none of those floaters are available right now. And I would like to see how he balances out his turn right now. You see him take a sip of water, just relaxed. It could be coffee, it could be tea, but we can see him is relaxed. He's a player I know who, takes his moves just one step at a time. He doesn't rush. He makes sure he analyzes the board quite well. In the last WESPAC, we saw him go head to head against David Elder in the finals, but unfortunately, David Elder was able to, clinch a win in that best of seven to win the championship. Right now, Ashan is back, and I'm sure he wants to prove a point and make sure he clinches that title this year. But we see Timmy Woko not, also gunning for the title too. So I'm sure all of the players in this tournament are, going to do their best to make sure they play to their optimum. All right, we see Medic come down for him, leaving ELS. It's back to Timmy Woko with ENBTOOU.
Well, I must say I've seen beautiful games from Timmy. I mean, he has been on a blast and he has been really on top of his game from LCQ to the first day of the main event to now the third day. And I believe he has maintained a constant top five position since he started. And I'm very glad to see him on the stream once again. But I must say, I've seen new players that are slowly creeping into the top six. I've seen the likes of Wasim from Pakistan, and I've seen Nigel slowly creeping in from behind in sixth position. So we might be seeing some anomaly happen. I mean, we still have a lot of games to go, so I believe a lot can still happen.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure there's a lot to come. If you're just joining the channel, this is the 17th game of WESPAC 2025. You have 126 players from all around the world battling out for the championship this year across 27 countries. Right now, Timmy Woko from Nigeria plays BETON, smartly, cashing in on the medical hook, scoring 37 points. And we see Ashan wasting no time, sporting avulses rather.
For 86 points.
Yes, indeed.
Interesting.
Expect nothing less from one of the world's best. And in an interesting turn of events, Timmy Woko has the last blank in this game. HOEUNY blank. He has only one bingo available for him on this turn, and it books the void I mentioned the other time. There is the avoid and ovoid hook. Let's see if there's anyone watching in the chat right now that can spot the only bingo available for Timmy Woko on the turn.
All right, so I could say it's raining blanks for Timmy. I mean, he picked the first blank and definitely going into the bag and is picking the second one. So we might be seeing another bingo from Timmy.
That's right. We can see he's taking his time. He's known to be a fast player, but on this turn, I'm sure he's going to look at the board and make sure he's not missing anything. And if he assesses it well and can spot the only 7-letter bingo on his rack right now and sees that he plays to the hook of void. There is in fact another bingo YOUTHEN on his rack, but it won't fit. And we see him miss that right now. It goes for UH, scoring 30 points, leaving OENY. Once again, if you're in the chat and you can spot the bingo that was missed by Timmy Woko just now, you can, just type that in. And if you're watching from anywhere in the world, supporting Timmy Woko from Nigeria, or you're supporting Ashan from England, from Canada rather, you can, just give a shout out in the chat. And if you have any questions about this tournament, we'll be right here to answer you.
But what a miss from Timmy. I mean, playing Euphony for about 80 points plus would have definitely pushed him further in the lead. So do you still see any hopes of him bingoing in the long run before the game ends?
Well, it depends. The void hook is still right there open. There are 4 A's left in the bag and 2 O's. So it depends on Ashan, thinking if he wants to block that lane. But currently we see the scores. Ashan's 316 to Timmy's 351. I have a feeling Ashan is just focused on, picking up as much points as he can on this board. And we see his rack DEFGIIU. So options he has available on this turn is FUCI to the C in medical, scoring 19 points. That also hooks FES, UT, and IN, leaving a relief of DEGI. That looks, pretty okay to me, but I'm sure he's worried about Timmy being going to the void. He understands that the blank is still unseen, and after a move like UH, it sort of feels like he's fishing for tiles. So I have a feeling Ashana would take his time on this turn and assess if he should, do anything about closing off the void hook or just, balancing out his styles. And if you're still curious to the bingo missed by Timmy Woko, he had Euphony, EUPHONY. That would have hooked ovoid for a boatload of points on that turn, but he misses that, plays UH, which seems totally fine. He retains the O for the ovoid in case he has a bingo, in the next turn, and he scores 30 points. So all goes well, and let's see how the rest of the game goes.
I'm really curious. I mean, if he intends blocking the void hook, how would he go about it, given his rack of D, E, F, G, I, U?
True, true, true. I'm not saying any, stellar plays that Blockstar right now. He doesn't have the hooks to void himself. Perhaps playing down the V to sort of disturb that lane would be the best he can do there. And a sneak peek into what Timmy has on his rack with OENGAY is most likely going to bingo next turn. He was like orangey nosegay or wagon that is going to play next to void there. So all right, we see Ashan making his move. GUID. I guess he's just trying to leave the best leave FIE and maybe open up the G for him as a floater next turn.
Right, so GUID for 15 points, it is. Now, a move of orangey or a move of orangey won't fit on this board, but something like Wagon just above the guide by Ashan would definitely fit for 92 points, or Nosegay will fit with the A hooking the void to form a void for 71 points. So, what do you think about these two moves?
Right, I would like to mention with the last move of GUID, I have a feeling Ashan, he's still considering blocking the void hook. The thing with this move is like Orangey would have, fit playing avoid in the last turn. But with this set of tiles now, you have to end with, what's like AY or AL or O something, G So on this turn now, it is forcing Timmy Woko to find more specifically like nosegay forming a void or a wonderful move for 92 wholesome points right now would be playing Wagon at top GUID that forms AGYUGIODA. Wagon there plays very beautifully for 92 points, and I think one of the best thing about this move is it floats the W to the triple. So you don't have to worry too much rather about your opponents playing down to the W, because ending with W in English Scrabble is not there aren't as many words like that. So right now you see Timmy Woko taking his time, assessing the board. I have a feeling he's probably spotted nosegay, but for the fact that scores 71, which is still good, but he might be looking to, score more points. And if you can just look above the gate, Wagon playing 92 there would be a game changer at this point.
Other than that, he could play Igio, I believe, AEGYO down with the Y hooking the baton for betoning for 41 points, leaving N blank.
Oh, that's a good observation. The Bethany hook totally, eluded me. The BETONY. It's that we can see he can play AGYO next to the triple lane, scoring 41 points, and that retains N blank. I think that would be an interesting choice. You can see the scores: Timmy Woko's 351 to Ashan's 375. A 41 point play would take him to 392, pushing him into the lead, and he still has the N and the blank to go next on. So I think it's worth considering Wagon or AGO. Well, I mean, 92 points right now would be crushing. And as you can see, Timmy Woko still taking his time. He has 10 minutes thereabouts on his clock. There is no need to rush, but gradually approaching the end game. There are 6,000 left in the bag. And even from his perspective, there are, in some scenarios where Ashan could even have a bingo of its own, because, the tiles are a bit synergy. All right, if you're just joining us, this is the 17th round of the WESPAC 2025 happening live right here in Accra, Ghana. On top of the standings, we have Timmy Woko and Ashan next in second place, and we can see them going head to head right now, trying to fight for the first position. going into the next round. It has been an incredible game so far. We had Ashan come down with the first bingo of internal, and later on, Timmy Woko played Blisses to catch up. And after a few moves, and Ashan playing a Versus for 86. We had the scores 360 to 321 as at that point. But now we can see Simi Woko has the chance to, regain the lead in this game if he can spot his bingos of Wagon or Nosuke who can avoid.
Now, I'm pretty concerned as to why Timmy is really taking his time in this turn. I'm thinking, is he that is yet to find the bingo or is looking for a way out seriously to push his lead? I can't really tell what the situation is with him right now.
All right, saying we've had Timmy Woko on the stream a couple of times. I think he's one of those players who, when he spots a bingo, he either plays it immediately or he arranges it on his rack. But I'm a bit worried right now that we are not seeing him, shuffle his styles or arrange a, seven-letter bingo looking for where it fits on the board. So I have a feeling he's completely missing his bingos right now, and maybe he's focused on the Bethany hook because we saw him retain the Y in the previous move. So maybe he wants to cash in on that spot. All right, we see in the chat, Victor. Thank you for joining us from Lagos, Nigeria. Once again, if you're watching us and you want to cheer on your players, or even you want to cheer us the commentators, myself, Excel, and Okpeyemi right here would appreciate it. All right, we see 11 minutes left on the clock. He's taking his time. Ashan he has his arms folded, just waiting, wondering what Timmy would be considering right now. I'm sure with the amount of time wasted, Ashan would have a feeling that Timmy Woko has blank, and that might influence his decisions moving forward.
Definitely. All right, Olatokumbo Olowo, we see you in the chat. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us.
All right, we see Timmy Woko tracking. He has the pen. He has a pen in his hands, probably looking through the rest of the tiles. From our perspective, we can see AAAEEIIOU at the vowels left, and the consonants left are F, G, R, and T. So, from his perspective, I'm sure he recognizes that the tiles are vowel heavy. So maybe that might influence his decision next if he's unable to find his bingo. And in a really deep trail of thoughts, maybe he's worried that the moment he bingos, there would be 6 tiles for him to pick. And what if Ashan bingos out with a bingo of his own and catches the tiles left in his hand? That would most likely be 100% win for Ashan. But right now, Wagon for 92 points is staring at him right in the face.
Definitely. He is really taking his time on this one, and I'm just left in a suspense. I really want to see what he does decide to play in this turn.
Yes, indeed. I'm curious as well. Thank you joining us from Jos Plateau State in Nigeria. We are seeing a lot of fans from Nigeria turning up in the chat. I'm curious to see if we would have anyone from England joining us later on. All right, I'm a bit worried that the longer Timmy Woko takes on this turn, the less likely he is to plunk down a bingo.
I mean, it's been over 5 minutes and he's yet to make any move. Could this be some sort of strategy, or what do you think?
True. As someone has pointed out in the chat, he has most likely seen Nosegay. I think the thing to worry about is when Nosegay comes down and Ashan, bingos out next to the N or the O after Nosegay. That would be a loss for Timmy Woko in every scenario. So I think he's just doing his due diligence. But as soon as he recognizes the imbalance in the tiles right now, there are way too many, vowels and just very few consonants. So I think if he cites Nosge and assesses the tiles, I think it should be putting it down any minute. But once again, his stellar move right now has to be Wagon at top gig, forming AGYUGI and ODA. We see you, Augustine, joining in from the United States. Thank you so much. If you're just joining us, make sure drop a like, leave a comment. This little gestures helps the algorithm push this stream to maybe fellow world lovers on YouTube. So really appreciate the encouragement, guys.
Now, I think this is the longest Timmy has ever spent in a particular turn. I mean, now they are down to the same clock time, 7 minutes, 7 minutes, and it's quite concerning, I must say.
Yes, indeed. But from two top players, this is still more than enough time to play out the end game. And we've had amazing end games played here on stream. If you've been following this channel since the start of the WESPAC main event, even from the early bed they had earlier, it has been incredible. I think one of the highlights for me was when Russell, with only 2 minutes left on his clock, found the only winning move of GITE. If you're wondering how a four-letter word GITE could have won him the game, then after the dust settles, you could go back and check out the videos on this channel. I promise you, there have been amazing, amazing games. All right, we see Timmy Woko cashing in on the Bethany hook, playing AEGYO. And personally, I feel like this move has a couple of merits. It plays out 5 tiles and leaves just one in the bag, scoring 41 points and taking him ahead in this game.
But I did see him arrange nosegay for a minute just before he played AQ. So I don't know what happened, why he changed his mind. But just like you said, it might have something to do with the remaining tiles left on scene.
Yes, indeed. We can't say for sure. We can only speculate here. Maybe he saw Nosge and doubted it, or maybe he felt if I play Nosge and Ashan bingos out, he loses, and then he finally decided that AGYO scoring 41 points, taking a slight lead, retaining the blank is best for him. So, well, maybe later on when the game ends, we'll get a bit of feedback from the overhead mic. But right now, we see him make the move, and I believe Ashan held this play. Maybe he's unsure of AGYO or BETONY. Let's see if a 5 point challenge comes down. I know in a close end game like this 5 point challenge could be all that matters.
Definitely, every point matters at this point. So if we're getting a challenge, it might be enough for Timmy to steal this game and win.
Yes, I'm sure Ashan isn't pleased with seeing 5 vowels on his rack, the double A's, the double I's. Find the F and G could, squeeze out some points on this board later on. But right now, it's I'm sure he's not glad with this move. And even if he wasn't sure if Timmy Woko had the blank in the last move, Woko playing 5,000 now almost assures that he's going to pick the blank if it were in the towel bag. But at least us watching here, we knew that. All right, we apologize for the little break in transmission there. We see you in the chat from Liberia. Thank you so much for the encouragement. Once again, this is the 17th round of the WESPAC main event happening right here in Accra, Ghana. All right, we see someone mentioning a courtesy draw. Yeah, the thing with a courtesy draw here is Timmy Woko can go into the bag and pick replenish his 5 tiles, but he would not be allowed to place that on his rack. He's allowed to yes take a peek and look at the 5 new tiles that he picked from the bag, but placing them on his rack right now would not be allowed. So that's why we see the N and the blank still left there. And Ashan, is still taking his time, wondering if he should, challenge this move. But I'm sure as soon as he makes up his mind, he's either going to hit the timer and go for a challenge, or just allow the move to play. But Ashan understands fully that this is a crucial point in the game. Either he's worried about adding the additional 5, marks for Timmy Woko on this turn, or he's worried about letting a 41-point phony stay on the board. But we know this move is valid, and if Ashan does challenge, it's going to be a 5-point extra for Timmy Woko.
Definitely, I do see Ashan a little bit physically agitated. There must be a lot of decisions and things running through his mind. I mean, it is the end game, and every point, every move does matter. So we are seeing them calling for the TD, I guess. So
All right, I'm sure whatever it is, either the technical team or the tournament directors would have it sorted in a minute. We see you, Akinpedia, from in the chat saying what a move from Timmy Woko. Yes, indeed. Aegyo Okin Betony is is showing Timmy Woko's word power right there. His 5s and 6 are very thorough. And for anybody just joining us, if you've missed any of the fireworks that happened in this game, I can run through that in a bit for you. We had Ashan come with the first bingo of internal for 68 points. And after, some jabs from both players, we had Timmy Woko play Blisses during the game for 74 points. Then Avosis came down from Ashan for 86 points. And as at that point, the scores were 360 for Ashan to Timmy's 321. However, a bingo was missed from Timmy Woko in the next one. He had the euphony, EUPHONY, to hook over it at that point. But we saw he played out UH, leaving a rack of YONE. And I think that was a wise choice if, you can't spot the bingo, because that Y later came down hooking Betony and playing AEGYO now for 41 solid points, retaining the blank and N. All right, for you saying Timmy Doko in the chat, I would like to point out that this is Timmy Woko, not Timmy Lane Doko. Fine, there are both Nigerian players, but Timmy Woko, in fact, had a very, very interesting run in this WESPAC. We saw he couldn't meet the quota for his country, representing Nigeria, so he had to play the last chance qualifiers, and he did not drop a single game. That clinched him a spot in the main event. I would seen him have an incredible run so far. So I'm guessing both players are checking the scores. Perhaps there was, a miscount somewhere. And I'm sure as soon as they are done, they're going to get confirmation that the scores would be Timmy's 392 to Ashan's 375, provided that the last move is not challenged.
right, I do see both players reconciling. So it might be an issue with the scores, like you said. So
Yes, indeed. We're seeing a lot of Nigerians in the chat. If you've been following this channel, we've had a lot of Nigerians actually play on this table. We've had George Ezinore, the speedy player from Nigeria, dazzle us with, amazing moves. And we've had Timmy Woko a couple of times. But we've had, a mix of players from all around the world. We've been told from Singapore, Onibon Russell, and, a couple of other players play right here on the stream. So make sure you stay tuned for wonderful, wonderful Scrabble being played by the top players in the world. So right now, we see it is such a crucial point in the game. The scores have been tallied. Seal and Ashan with 3 minutes left on his clock. The pressure is on. I'm sure he's still stuck on challenging this move or, allowing it to play and him figuring out how to, win this game if he can.
Yeah, definitely. This is a very crucial point in this game, and anything can happen. So I think somebody has a bit of a confusion. They said, Ukin Beton. It's Ukin Beton. He played a 5-letter word. That is AEGYO. The Y Ukin the Beton for Betonen. So he scored 41 points with that one.
Yes, but we see perhaps Ashan is unsure. He has held that move for over 7 minutes now, if I'm correct. About 5 or 7 minutes now. And we can see,
Getting a challenge.
yes, indeed, that's going to be an extra 5 points for Timmy Woko. I'm curious to see if this 5 points is, going to be the decider on who wins this end game.
And it is green. So Egyo is definitely a valid word, and we would be getting a 5 points plus.
All right, as we can see, Ashan was indeed sure of the Bethany hook. It's the AEGYO move he was very unsure of. And, that's understandable. You could, have read wide and far, but certain words could elude you. And the interesting thing is AEGYO is in fact just a new word added to our dictionary. So it's understandable why Ashan looks at that word and it looks absolutely strange to him.
Right. I think Egyo is originated from Korea. I think I've edited from K-dramas and all of that. So it's definitely something everyone might have heard of. All right. So I see Ashan with Zakov. A high hey, E high FG. And it's its turn to move. Now, he's under severe time pressure, and I'm really concerned as to what he's going to do. Considering this is the end game, and he's already given a 5 points to Timmy, and that could as well change the entire dynamics of the game.
All right, this is getting interesting. We have less than a minute on Ashan's clock, and we can see him commit the move AI. That is very, very interesting right there. We can see he is aware of the hooks and Timmy Woko could bingo out on that lane, and AI completely shuts down the board. It's even stops the G hook for maybe any ING bingos right there. I think that was, a very, very impressive move from Ashan rather. All right, we see Timmy Woko about to play his next move. Maybe he assumed a bingo could still fit on that lane. And in fact, it can, but none of the 7-letter words bingo he has can reach from that I in GUID down to maybe an OBE hook. It's unfortunate. AI was an impressive move from Ashan. What that simple 2-letter wordplay did was stop the void hook. It also obstructed the G hook And importantly, it avoided any overlap above GUID. And as we can recall in the last move, Timi Woko had Wagon for 92 on that point. So AI does everything Ashan wants on this board. Interestingly, though, because AI scored too little, Timi Woko can still sneak out a win in this game.
That's if he plays a thorn, or even Nashio could win him this game. I mean, anything he plays that is above 20, I believe, right in between A high and guide could definitely steal his win for this game.
Yes, indeed. The only downside to the AI move, as beautiful as it was, obstructing every bingo lane, the only issue was it scored too little. And with the tiles left on Ashan's rack, FIGUAE, not enough damage can be done on this board. All Timi Woko has to do right now is to clock in on the AITU hook in between GUID and AI, and almost any move there is enough to outrun this game, and making sure he finishes in the next move. Will we be seeing that? I'm seeing
Warner.
Woko play
We might be seeing
ONER.
something different. Ohen Hihar from Woko coming down.
Would this be enough to win the game? I think the pressure is on. He has enough time on his clock. I'm curious as to why he's not, taking his time. We've seen Ashan down to 38 seconds. He wants to, spend every single second he can use in this end game. But I think Woko is currently, rushing this move. AITU is, a bit tricky to see right now. Looking at that sport, it's just way too tempting and too juicy on this board right now. And almost any move there would be, score well enough to win this game. Perhaps he's still thinking of the move. You can see he has retained the T in this turn. All right, we've seen commit this move. ONER committed. And now it's back to Ashan AFAIGUE. All right, with very little time on Ashan's clock, he has played his move of Fig for 27 points, and we are seeing Woko finish this game playing 80 TAS, rather looking QIS for Timmy to eventually win this game. The final scores are Timmy's 435 to Ashan's 413. What an interesting game this was. The hook to AITU was missed, but still ONER was enough to squeeze out the win in this game, and there wasn't much Ashan could do with the rack of FIGAUAUE. Yes, in fact, it was a very close end game. I think the AI move was still very impressive. There wasn't much Ashan could have done. Leaving that lane for a bingo would have, ended this game instantly. But the AI move, allowed him to have a bit of hope. But with the tiles, Timi Woko drew from the bag. TAONER blank was just too good enough on this board to squeeze out 100% win for Timi Woko. We can see the players shake hands, and what a wonderful game this has been to start the third day of the main event in the WESPAC 2025 in Accra, Ghana.
Wow, what a game it is indeed. I was very excited, especially towards the end game where each move really was really very critical. And we saw how Ashan came through with the AI move in hopes to block the void hook of either A or O, but then it was not enough to really make Ashan win this game. Very close one, I must say.
All right, guys, we can see fireworks happening just in this tournament. Make sure you guys stick around. All right, right on your screens, you can see the current standings. Timmy Woko was in first place, and with this win, is going to win his position as the first player in this tournament. And there are still a lot of games to come. 32 total games in the main event, and I'm curious to see if anything can happen.
I'm very curious as well. So we've played one out of 8 games for today. So we're expecting 7 more beautiful games on your screen. So make sure you don't go nowhere. Grab your popcorns, grab your drinks, and be ready to be blown away.
knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away.
Welcome everyone to game 18, and on your streams we have the best of the best starting right now. Nigel Richards, the GOAT himself, going against Ashan from England. We saw Ashan on stream just now. You know, he had a really tough time in the last game, but let's see what he can play against the GOAT himself, Nigel Richards. And as we can see, luck is shining on Ashan right now. He has ADEENS blank ready to play the first bingo of the game right after Nigel Richards make his move. All right, we're seeing an interesting first move here from Nigel, simply plunking down AY, scoring 10 points, leaving a very strong lead of LOATS. S. Back to Ashan, Adeens blank. Let's see what he comes up with. We know there are tons of bingos on this turn. I'm sure he has to go for one move that probably doesn't give back so much to Nigel. And from the inference in the first play, AY Ashan can assume that Nigel has a very strong leave. So what move would we be seeing from Ashan from England on this turn? Thank you so much for everyone in the chat. This is game 18 of the main event, WESPAC 2025, happening here in Accra, Ghana. We have 126 players across 27 countries, the best of the best competing for the title this year. And in fact, we have former world champions like Nigel Richards, a 5-time world champion, playing in this tournament. Ashan last year, came in the last WESPAC tournament came in very close to winning the title against David Elder. We also have Akshay Bandakar from UAE, the champion in 2017, playing in this tournament, and the legend Adam Logan, the 2005 champion, also in this tournament. All right, we see Ashan taking his time on the storm. In the commentary booth, I have Koyin Sola joining me right now.
Everyone, it's really wonderful to be here. I'm super excited to be watching this match as we have Nigel Richards, is the GOAT of Scrabble. Also, Ashan, who is such an amazing player, I followed the last WESPAC and it was so close in winning the championship and becoming the world champion. So yes, I'm really excited to see how this game pans out.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure Ashan is going to take his time, probably circling his blank right now, deciding on what to play on this turn. He has tons and tons of moves to make. I see options like amends, needs, advins. I can't begin to mention all the bingo he has on this turn. I'm sure he's just going to, look at the positioning of every bingo, seeing if he's not giving back too much to the good Nigel on his next turn. And as we can see, Nigel has arranged Latrons, which plays almost no matter what Ashan plays on this turn. So in the first 3 moves of this game, I believe we'll be seeing 2 bingos and an electrifying start to game 18. Okay, Ashan is taking his time, probably, looking through, making the blank, the letters between A to Z, looking through, every combination, every positioning, and seeing which would work best for him on this turn. All right, we see you in the chat. Thank you for joining us. If this is the first time you're joining us on the stream, my name is Excel, and with me in the commentary booth is Lasaki Koyin Sola, who's been streaming beautiful games from the World Championships. And I promise you, it has been electrifying here. We've had amazing plays. All right, we are seeing Ashan go for his move of defense, I believe. All right, Devin scores 69 points and, doesn't give back too much to the opponent. The only thing I would really worry about is floating that E on the double lane. But still, a move has to be made. Almost anything he plays gives back a bingo regardless to Nigel Richards. And we see Nigel has spotted Latrons on his rack, but still taking his time to make sure, he plays the optimal move here. Yes, indeed. We see in the chat, 6 minutes was used up by Ashan to make his first move in this game. So we would see if he would go into a bit of time trouble. In the last game he played against Timmy Woko from Nigeria, he had 38 seconds left in his last move. I'm sure Ashan, is a top player and can navigate his way around, very little time on his clock. And I think he likes to, squeeze every single second in making sure he find his best play. All right, we see Latrons coming down, hooking TAE and RYA scoring 69 points. The scores are Nigel's 79 to Ashan's 69. All right, back to Ashan. He has FGNQVOZ. Oof, pretty clunky if you ask me. What do you think about this rap that Ashan has coined?
Looks like he has run into a bit of a sticky situation as he doesn't have any vowels, and it looks like he's going to change. Also, let's take note that the bingo played by Ashan is in fact deadens and not deafens.
All right, thank you for that observation. We see Ashan quickly plays ZO, scoring 64 points on this one. I'm sure he's not pleased about his leave of FGNQV, but 64 points is too huge to pass on at this point. I'm sure Nigel must have, considered the fact that later on should have given back a move like ZO or JO in that spot, but still went for it regardless. All right, back to Nigel. He has IGIIRRE, triple I's, double R's, E, and a G. All right, he has played Nigiri for 14 points, leaving a very nice lead of ER. What a beautiful way to, navigate his way across that, vowel heavy rack he has.
I think this play now would give Ashan a chance to kind of relieve himself of the heavy towels, as he could play Colvin for 28 points.
All right, but we see him arranging CINQ instead, leaving FGO. I think Colvin would have retained FQ on that turn. CINQ or Colvin, I think, are pretty close. I guess it's just focused on letting go of that Q as soon as possible. Nigiri from Niger Richards, allowed a really good spot for an S on this board, considering the fact that you can pluralize Nigiri. But now there is an even more interesting spot on this board for the S if you have the S to hook sinks.
Looks like we'll be seeing a bingo come down. Cow right for 69 points.
Rights coming from Nigel Richards very speedily. This board is wide open. We see the C for a 9-timer. We see an S hook to the sinks, scoring a whole lot for any player who has the S. This is an interesting game. And even the ZO with the AZO hook or the DZO hook, a 4-timer could come on that spot, scoring a whole lot. I'm betting we'll see so much fireworks in this game. All right, Ashan has AEFGOVX. It's raining biggies right now. We saw him have the Z scoring 64 points with it. He had the Q playing CINQ, and now he has the X. Let's see what he could make of the turn. Although he still has a lot of consonants to work with, the F, the G, the V, and the X could draw him back a bit. But I'm saying a 49 points play of FOX available for Ashan on this turn. Hooking the IF in co-write, TO, and DEX. I think that's a pretty solid move, leaving GAVE. I'm sure he's worried about the C opening, but right now the board is way too open and he just has to go for his highest point, leaving the best house he has. I'm seeing a very interesting play too if he wants to go for forgave through the R of co-write, leaving the X. I'm curious to see what he would, decide on this turn, but he has a lot of options. Is definitely going to score nearly 40 or over 40, depending on his move. All right, we see Ashan still taking his time. We saw him spend 6 minutes in the first move of this game playing dead ends, and now he has finally decided to cash in on the ZO hook, playing GOAF for 40 points, leaving VEX. I'm guessing he's confident that the X could still, come back somewhere on this board and score a number of points.
All right, I can see in the chat, the big Putin said, those watching, please be like, yes, if you're just joining us, please don't forget to share, like, and subscribe to the channel, to push to other word lovers out there. Nigel Richard is to move now, and he has a rank of ADIOONU. Looks like he could play to the C to play conoid, leaving AU. That scores 30 points.
Yes, indeed, conoid for 30, leaving AU on his rack. We are seeing he has spotted that move and goes for it quickly, sharp as ever, accurate as ever, and quick as ever from Nigel Richards. Back to Ashan, VULLEXY. What would we be saying on the storm?
Looks like you could do a call, the E of dead ends, that scores 39 points, leaving LEVY, or lyrics to the R of correct, although that scores a bit less, that scores 26 points. So yeah, we'll probably be seeing EXO instead. He might want to keep the E because lyrics leaves LVY, and he has to use his only vowel, which happens to be the letter E.
All right, I think EXO as would see is seeing lyrics through the R in right for 26 points, LV, even LVY. So let's see, we see Ashan taking his time, looking through the board, rearranging the styles. Let's see if he could spot the EXUL move for 39. But I'm sure he's really worried about the sinks. There are still two S's on saying, and the bingo there would score pretty well. I'm sure he wants to play out as much tiles as he can, giving him a chance to pick the blank left in the bag or any of the two S's left. All right, we see him taking his time. I've seen him, separate VELY and LUX. I'm curious to what he's considering on this turn.
Like you said, the S hook to CINQ might be giving him, a hard time making his decision because a bingo coming down there would be very, very dangerous, and his opponent, which happens to be Nigel Richards, will score very high. Someone in chat says Excel is not easy to spot. Yes, but I think on stream we've seen players spot crazy words that you would not expect them to spot on a regular day. I mean, again, this is the World Scrabble Championship. We have the best of the best from around the world. So yes, Excel coming down would not really be surprising if you ask me.
Once again, I worry about the time trouble for Ashan. He has less than 13 minutes to go on the clock, and there are still so many tiles to be played. 51 unseen tiles, 7 of them on Nigel Richards' rack. All right, the same arrange LUREX eventually with the same set of tiles he had Exol to the E in dead ends. But the easy spot right now is Lyrics scoring 26 points, leaving LBY. Playing out 4 tiles increases his chances of picking that blank or any of the S's. Back to Nigel. OIKRAUL. All right, right now he might as well, just put an end to that CINQ threat that lays on the board. OIK next to the N, the Q in sync could score 34 points.
And that's exactly what he has done. So Ashan from his last play of lyrics has VLY. We're waiting for him to unveil the rest of the tiles so we know what he has. All right. Looks like he found VUSA. He has found one of the two S's left as alongside AUV and yes, alongside AUV.
Yes, this in fact is similar to a bingo he played in the last game of our Vulses. Is a few tiles away from that. We can see him arrange Volvas looking for a spot to play that. Perhaps he wants to scoring pretty solid on that one for 32 points there about. All right, Volvas can in fact fit in that spot. An interesting move for Volvas would be AG and SO hooking the 2000 Golf for 32 points, leaving Y. Once again, such move would, um, put him in a position to most likely pick the blank. All right, we see him retain the S instead, go for Volva, hooking AL in Latron. I think that's very understandable. It scores 25 points, retains the S, and let's see how the game goes from here. On Nigel's rap, we see GULADIR. Right now, it could play what like Gulag through the G in Golf. I think he has spotted that move, and we can see him, separating GULADIR separately on his rack. Other options on this turn is Guild, GUILD, through the L in Lyrics. You can see Nigel taking his time. I'm sure he's worried about opening up the board when he plays GULAG because the U, the L, even the A will float right after that move. And from his perspective, the blank is unseen, the S's are unseen. So let's see, would Nigel be opening up the board with a move like Gulag, or he would go for Guild, shorten things down a bit more. The scores right now is Nigel's 226 to Ashan's 254. Ashan has a slight lead, but after this move from Nigel, we'll be seeing the scores tallying.
All right, it looks like Guild is a play for Nigel Richards. Guild scores 21.
Back to Ashan with 11 minutes on his clock, 35 on St. House, 7 of them on Nigel's rack. You see him with YAWSBIS. His options on this turn, he could play Iwis through the I in co-right, hooking EW and XI for 33 points. That leaves a solid leave of ABSY. Other options are YWIS. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce that word, but it's YWIS, hooking goals. And we can see that's exactly what he's doing, leaving BAF. I guess he's trying to leave the best house possible that he can. We can see you in the chat. Someone has spotted the bingo that can come down for Nigel Richards, Deep Terrell. What a wonderful find from you in the chat. Nigel's turn, IPTERAL. I'm sure we'll see this move come down almost immediately.
All right, looks like he has it arranged and looks like he's wasting no time in putting that on the board. The Terra scores 86 points. Amazing find, wonderful play by the goats of Scrabble, Nigel Richards.
Yes, indeed. The next tiles we'd see from Ashan would probably determine how this game goes. BAS was left on his last move, and if he could draw the blank and reply with a bingo of his own, I think this would be a really interesting game. But if he's unable to score really well on his next turn, I'm sure we'll be seeing Nigel take care of things on this board and making sure no bingo eventually comes down for Nigel. We've seen him make amazing moves in the games this tournament. In the last, I think yesterday, he made a move of OCCUR that was just astonishing, and it closed down the board against his opponent in that game. All right, we are saying ABEEFPS. Unfortunately, no bingos for Ashan on this turn. Would he be playing something like BEEF under WYIS, scoring 38 points, leaving SAP, or would see him trying to open up the board as much as he can, knowing that Nigel would want to, take care of things? All right, he's going for his points. 38 points is too much to, pass on. BEF scores 38, and it takes him to 321 to Nigel's 333. He is still within reach in this game. We'll see how Nigel navigates this turn. TEDTRT, 3 T's on the turn. Not the best of tiles to see, but he has moves like TE. I think almost any move Nigel makes here would either score too low or open too much for his opponent. So I think this is going to be a really interesting turn for Nigel. I'm sure both players are aware of the board right now. The I still floats for a bingo, and next to the G in golfs, a bingo can still come down on that lane. So let's see how both players assess this move. I think this is one of the turns where Nigel shows his prowess in the game, and he comes up with moves that even computer engines are yet to understand. All right, we see Nigel taking his time in this turn. Ashan with 8 minutes left on his clock, and Nigel has more than enough time to, thoroughly assess what to play in this move. We see him separate the tiles T, T, E. I'm unsure where that plays. Perhaps he wants to play T, I, T, E in the first I in Nigiri, but that would be a bold move because ITE hooks R for tighter. Fine, he has the tighter on his rack. He has the R rather for tighter, but would he want to make that move knowing that there is a blank lurking in the bag, and it could as well be on Ashan's rack? But I think TITE would be an interesting move. It doesn't take the back hook S, and the R is on Nigel's rack right now, and there's only one more R left in this game. So it's a risk that Nigel has to assess if it is worth taking. All right, we see him taking his time, and I'm sure whatever he comes up with here is going to be, very, very interesting. Left to, players like myself who still struggle in the intermediate category, I would probably just play YET, TE, forming WEE, going for my best move, saying the board is open. If my opponent plays beneath there, at least I still have the I float, or you're going to see Nigel here come up with something really interesting in this turn. These are one of the best players in the world, and dare I say, Nigel is in fact the best Scrabble player in the world that has ever existed, in fact. So we'll be seeing a really, really thorough, thought process here into making this move. 14 minutes left on Nigel's time, more than enough time to assess the game, look through the tiles left in the bag, and we see him go for YETT. Interesting. From his perspective, there is still one S left, one blank on scene. I'm curious to see why he would go for this move, regardless, knowing the chances of a triple triple are, still pretty high. Now it is left to Ashan to, think why would Nigel make this move. He has obvious plays like PHANG, Fang playing to the G in goals for 36 points, leaving NOS. But would he, be bold enough to leave the the T floater rather, for a triple triple? He knows Nigel wouldn't have made that move if he didn't have, a very good reason to commit that move. So we've seen Ashan separates the tiles PHAN. Perhaps he's considering playing the Fang move. But after the YETT move from Nigel, would he steer away from that? And he has options like STAPH to the T in yet, but he is confident that he has the S. So maybe he goes for his highest move. If Nigel has a triple triple, good for him. He plays Fang and extends his lead. He's currently on 357 to Nigel's 347. We've seen the J on Nigel's rack right now. JAEREDT. From the last move Ashan played, he has Jihad available for him on the turn, scoring 36 points. But I'm sure even Nigel now is worried about his own opening because he doesn't have, any stellar plays from the T in YETT. Maybe a move like Treated, retaining just the J, scoring 7 points, seems solid here. If he picks the A in the bag or the O, he can come back and play JA or JO atop the A in Fang, scoring over 30 points easily. So would we be seeing him blocking his own opening, or he's just going to go for Jihad scoring the most points for 36? Ashan as ABMNOUS. If the I in Nigiri was well placed, he would have had Manos to play, or I doubt he would be having any bingo available for him on the next turn. And also a play to the T in YETT from Ashan is, something Nigel has to worry about. We can see Nigel tracking, is looking through the unseen pool, trying to infer what styles Ashan could have and see if it could influence his next turn. All right, Nigel taking his time. He's seeing the unseen tiles right now, the blank unseen, the S unseen, 3 E's unseen. I think there is a good balance of the vowels and consonants unseen in the pool. I'm sure he's pretty much worried about his own opening. Perhaps he was thinking after the YETT move, maybe Ashan would, short score himself, blocking that point, and then Nigel can cash in somewhere else. Wow, we see him leave the T spot, going for Jihad, scoring 36, leaving RAT. Balls of steel, if you ask me. All right, it's back to Ashan, no blank on his rack. Would he be worried that Nigel now has the blank and he would be forced to block the T opening from Nigel in the last 2 moves? Currently, he has moves like AMA, hooking JA and EN, scoring 24 points, leaving BNOUS, which is a pretty strong leave. But the unseen tiles from Ashan's rack, from Ashan's POV, he has 4 E's unseen, 1 blank, HMRRT. Or would he be playing here? And as we can see, Nigel was unable to draw the blank remains in the bag. There are three tiles in the bag right now, and as Ashan, is fumbling with the tiles, checking how many tiles are, left in the bag. Unknown to him, one of those tiles is the blank. I'm sure he feels there is no way Niger would have made the YETT move without having the blank himself. I'm curious to see how this endgame goes. Ashan has, or he's on 357 to Nigel's 383. Most likely anything he plays here will, nearly tally the scores, and then we would officially be in the next game. One thing I'm sure we are not going to be seeing is Ashan emptying the bag. The I in Ingiri is still open for a bingo. The T in YETT is open, not just for any bingo, but even a nine timer. So I'm guessing Ashan's best turn here or best move would be any move that doesn't completely empty the bag. Perhaps leaving one for Nigel to pick if he has a bingo. All right, we can see Ashan taking his time. He has 5 minutes left on the clock, but interestingly, he empties the bag playing stop. STUB scoring 27 points. I'm really, really shocked by this move. The I in Ngiri was open for an 8 letter word bingo, but still, Ashan feeling confident that Nigel perhaps doesn't have an out bingo. He plays STUB, and now we'll be seeing EAMONE blank on Ashan's rack. Wow, I was thinking Nigel would, take some time on this one, but we see him go for HAME. HAME scoring 35 points, but with Ashan's draw, he would be having just one out bingo through the X. Let's see if anyone in the chat can spot the bingo for Ashan. There is only one valid bingo on this board. Did Nigel just make a mistake? Was he unable to see that Ashan had a bingo through the X in lyrics and rushed his move playing HAME scoring 35? But with 5 minutes left on Ashan's time, would we be seeing him play the bingo available for him on this turn? Wow, did we just see a blunder from Nigel? Perhaps he only looked through the eye in Nigiri and thinking there is no way Ashan has a bingo to the eye. But the X in lyrics would be giving Ashan an out bingo here. Yes, I've seen Nathaniel spot that bingo. Names from Ashan would win this game. Did we just see Nigel completely miss that move from Ashan? Will he find it? Someone asks in the chat. 4 minutes left on Ashan's clock. He needs to find this move. Nothing else on this board would win the game for Ashan. We can see him taking his time. X is a really sneaky, floater thing too. And especially with the fact that you have to start with, like AX or EX, and the lyrics doesn't even look like a floater on this board. The obvious floaters would be things like the J in Igiri or the I in Igiri. But right now, Ashan has to, set his gaze on the lyrics or the X in lyrics to spot names for 69 points, which is the only move that is going to win him the game. Wow. 3 minutes left now. Ashan taking his time. We can see him, thinking really deeply. He has his heads down, looking at the scores, looking at the tiles left. But I'm sure if he had spotted axonyms, he would be wasting no time to drop down that move. AEENOM blank. All he needs to do is look at the X. All right, after careful assessment of the game, I believe Nigel knew exactly what he was doing when he played HAME. I should not have doubted the GOAT for 1 second. I'm sure he spotted axonyms for Ashan through the X in lyrics and Kano Men, as many of you have as pointed in the chat, through the N in fan. I guess he just chose to, block the most obvious bingo. I'm sure Kano Men would have been an easier find for Ashan than axonyms, and pretty much there was nothing Nigel could do to block both spots. So maybe he was just going for his highest move on that turn. Now it's left to Ashan to spot axonyms. Would he be able to see this move? We have 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock. Ashan keeps thinking, does he have an out bingo, or does he have a winning sequence? Yes, I should not have doubted Nigel for 1 second. He knew exactly what he was doing on that turn. Kano Men and axonyms was available for Ashan in the last turn. I guess playing HAME, scoring 35 points. And Ashan finds the only move that wins. Axonyms finally comes down for 69 points. Wonderful find from Ashan. 69 points, wins this game, and Ashan's final scores is going to be 461 for Ashan to Nigel's 418. Finally, with less than a minute left on Ashan's clock, he finds the winning move. Axonyms eventually comes down, and I think he had not spotted that bingo, but as soon as he clocked it, he went for the move. What an interesting game this has been. We've had deadings come down earlier in the game for Ashan, and immediately Nigel replied with latrons. And yet again, we saw Ashan play down a 64-point move of ZO. Co-rights came later in the game for Nigel, and Deep Terror from Nigel yet again scoring 86 points. After a couple of moves, we went down to the last move in this game that only axonyms could win the game for Ashan. And after about 5 minutes used up on that turn, Ashan eventually found the only winning sequence, or the only winning move rather, of axonyms. What a wonderful find from Ashan. Yes, indeed. What a rough tournament it has been for Nigel. You would expect that the GOAT should be leading the standings, but it's been a really tough one. Other players in the world are showing Nigel right now that they are here to battle for the championship. Fine, Nigel might be the GOAT. He might, have 100% accuracy in nearly all of his moves. He might know all the words in the dictionary, but the other players in this tournament are proving a point that they are prepared to win this tournament. Wonderful play from Ashan on this turn and in this game. Axonim's find was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful play from Ashan. All right, what a wonderful handshake from both players. Very good display of sportsmanship there. No hard feelings. I'm sure Nigel, had seen axonyms and Kano Men and had known that this was a loss for him either ways. But it was impressive to see Ashan take his time and eventually find the winning move. All right, thank you guys for staying tuned. There are going to be rather, make sure you stay tuned and subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and we'll be right back with the third game for today.
letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000.
All right, and we're back. This is round 19 of the WESPAC main event happening here live in Accra, Ghana. In the previous game, we had Nigel Richards on stream facing off against Ashan, and Ashan played wonderfully well in that game and was able to clinch, the win. Big ups to Nigel Richards, big ups to Ashan. Without further ado, let us start with this game. We'll be having Adisha of Sri Lanka face off against Weebin To of Singapore. We saw Weebin on stream yesterday for 2 games. He lost his first game to Stewart, he played a cosmic, which was invalid, and finally saw his move of announcement, and then we saw him again on stream face off against George Azinore. I think he played my favorite word of yesterday, which was who done it. Yes, so beautiful play. It's really nice to have him back on stream. All right, without further ado, Adisha's opening rack is AIFYTID. Um, all right, pardon me. On stream here with me is Ope Olua. Ope, say hi to the viewers. Hi viewers, it's good to be back here once again. It was indeed a very beautiful game with Nigel and Ashan, and I followed every bit of it. Now we're having Adisa. I believe Adisa is a young Scrabble legend in the making. I mean, he has a very good profile. He won the KSSA India Open in 2025, and he was the second runner. It was the first runner up in the Under 16 World Championship in 2023, and also I think he was second place in the WESPA Championship in 2023 as well. And of course, he won the 2024 Asia Cup. That's the youth Scrabble championship. I mean, he has a whole lot of wins in his profile, so I am very much interested for this game because it looks like a very promising Scrabble legend we are about to unfold, and he would be playing with Wading in this round. You can say that again. All right, looks like he could do Fady for 22, leaving IIT. Or do you think he would want to have two eyes left on his record? Do you think he would opt for something else, something different? Okay, I think he could go for DI if he's trying to let go of one of the eyes. Although DI scores relatively less for just 16 points, but that does leave FIT. So I would go with that. But let's see what the young game decides to come up with. All right. If you're just joining us, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, follow us as you leave comments in the chat box. We're ready to engage and interact with you. Leave a like, share to other word lovers out there, let them know what is happening. It is the World English Scrabble Players Association Championship. This is the tournament, this is the championship where we would crown our next world champion. Exactly. We've seen a lot of youngins come into the picture. I mean, we've had a lot of experienced players on stream, but I'm very much excited as a youth person. I'm a youth as well, so I get really excited when I see youth Scrabble players on screen. They give me hope. They give me life that there is a way for the future of Scrabble, and it is looking very good. So I see Adisa did decide to go for Dia for 16 points. Now it's back to Waving with a rank of OVEEROY. Now, what are his chances here? What are his options? You could do OIE right underneath Dia. Yes, OIE for 18 points, leaving OVER. I think that's pretty fine. Okay. You might be saying that, but I think I see through the D of Dia, if he's trying to play longer, leaving probably O, he could play over die, I believe, for 19 points, leaving O. What do you think about that move? Yeah, I think that's a pretty solid move. Adisha actually had the letter T, and if he had played, something with the letter T, it would have given Waving a chance to play over type through the T, but we're not going to see that come down. Instead, we're going to see I drop. I drop is in fact not a bad move, and he is making that move. Okay, looks like I drop is in fact invalid, but we're not going to be seeing a challenge as I see we've been going into the bag. Well, interestingly. So I think that's going to be our first foley of the game. Yes, wow, yes. Interesting. Man, I would have thought eye drop was valid. I mean, we do have eye drop, so it's very interesting. Eye drop is not valid in Scrabble. Wow. Okay, I drop for 15 points. I can see people in the chat saying, "Oh, what's happening? Come on." Yes, I drop sounds like one of those words that you would think is valid. It sounds very valid, but in fact, it is not valid. Wow. That is crazy, but we did not get a challenge from waving, and now it's back to we did not get a challenge from Adisa rather, and it's back to him. Now he has a rank of Vomito. Okay, I see vomit off of his rack. What else do you see?
You could play Vomito, right next to the E of eye drop. Vomito scores 43 points. You could do that. I think he has that set aside on his rack already. And he might decide to do Vomit, but I think Vomito is the better option, leaving just one tile on your rack.
Okay, interestingly, Akin pointed that there is eye drops, but there's no eye drop. Wow, Scrabble never ceases to amaze me. So now I've learned there is eye drops, takes the S, but eye drop without the S is invalid. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, so we might be seeing
All right, Fun. Fun is a move for Adisha. Fun, keeping DIT, and then I think we'll be seeing Vomito calm down. Someone just says, wow, big mistake early on. Yes, like I said earlier, I was my first eye drop. Since the word takes a compulsory S, it's really easy to mistake words that take straight S and the ones that do not take that are not valid without the S. One would think eye drop would be valid, especially if you know that eye drops is valid.
yeah, exactly. So I think we are getting vomito.
Not in the spot that I looks like you'll be doing it in another spot. All right, 37 points for me too.
Okay, we might be seeing another bingo. I mean, the first bingo, in fact, from Adisa. I think I see DRTT from his rack.
Yes, he played to the A of DR.
Okay, interesting. The Dragon could come down for 61 points if he plays to the A of DR.
All right, looks like he's doing that. Spotted, beautiful. No threats as Dragon doesn't take an S. Beautiful find from Adisha. Like you said, he was the first runner-up of the World Youth Scrabble Championship in 2023, and so it's only expected that he knows these words, he find these words, especially because it's an ing word. It's not that easy to miss, especially when you have the ing on your rack.
Definitely, definitely. So I do expect to be seeing more of him. In fact, this is the first time we are having him on stream, and I believe if he's able to do very well in this tournament, we would be getting more of him on this stream. Now he's back to waving. I think he has a rank of PEHIDVL. Now, what would you play, coin?
Something as simple as violed through the E of vomito. I think that's about 26 points, or violed for 31 points, leaving HP. Looks like he has violed arranged, and we might be seeing that come down.
Yeah, I think Val does score more. I think he scores about 31 points, leaving HP. Val is another option you could consider. It scores less, but I do not really like the opening it gives to the triple spot right above it. Although it does leave a single vowel, but I mean we have a lot of vowels. It's still left in the bag.
All right, current scores: Adisha 109, Weaving 89 points, just a difference of 20 points. The game is still very early. We just have one minute down. No blanks in sight yet. There's still a lot of Scrabble to come.
Definitely. And if he's trying to play short, he could play PEH just right beside Vomito. That scores more for 33 points, I believe. Play the alternative from HEP, the same point as well for 33, leaving DILV. What do you think about that?
I think that's a pretty solid move. But he might want to take away that V threat, the V is in the triple lane. So I think he would be going for value instead.
Okay, we are in fact saying about come down for 31 points. And it's back to Adisa.
Looks like he has two S's on his rack alongside CHIKU.
All right. What do you think about having like multiple S's on your rack?
Um, I really don't think it's that big of a deal, especially because if you have a combination with it, you'll be able to score more and still, get another S. So yes, having two S's is really not that bad of a situation.
Definitely, I really agree. I mean, we've seen three S's live here on this stream, and we saw how the player was able to make the best out of it, and he played a bingo, I believe, and crisis with the three S's. So I think Adisa could play shock, or should I say shook, SHUC. It's taking the PA from span and the K sitting comfortably on the double letter score. And that score is pretty huge. I think 43 points leaving IS. What do you think about that
Yeah,
one?
I think that's fine. For a moment, I saw him range Sockish on his rack. Looks like, actually, if there was an F is correct, he could play Sockfish, which
Oh.
is very much value.
Wow, interesting. Sockfish. Okay, but unfortunately, we won't be saying that.
All right, looks like the first blank has found its way to Weebin's rack. Let's see what he'll do with that. As soon as Adisha makes his move, like he said, he could play Hawks for 42 points, right? Been underneath funds. Yeah, I think that's pretty fine, especially because he has the second S and it could come down to hook it later on to play a bingo to this. Or Hawk also takes a front hook of letter C, chucks. That might be considered as well. And it could do something different, maybe shock, playing spa, shock down to the triple lane. That's for the 3 points.
Yeah, that's what's considering.
Looks like he has Ox arranged on the board, and that's
Okay, I think we might be seeing a setup here from Adisa, considering he has both hooks that fit the shocks and shocks. All right, so it's back to waving with a rack of.
all right. PIEHOD blank. Oh, looks like we're going to be seeing a challenge of the word Hawks.
Interesting. So an additional 5.2 Adisha rather.
All right, I think they're having a little bit of a challenge with the word check, although Ox is very valid, which means Adisha would be getting an additional 5 points.
Yeah.
All right, there's the green, very, very much valued.
Okay, with a rack of PHODIE blank, we should be seeing a bingo from waving.
Indeed, Nephroid to the N of Dratin. Nephroid is 80 points. The only issue with that is he exposes the D in the triple lane. I really don't think he has that much to worry about. But Nephroid, 80 points to the triple lane, playing to the end of Dratin. What else do you see?
I think he has arranged Ifield on his rack, probably hoping to play Nephroid. So he might be considering that, or it might. I think he could also play Trophy, just like you said. But both exposes the triple lane, and in fact, I see Adisha has picked up the second blank of the game. So Webin might be in a tough spot, even though he doesn't know exactly what is on his opponent's rack. But then he should be worried considering he might hit back and we might be seeing maybe a 9 pointer.
Yes. If is played, would be seeing something like the ladies come down, from Adisha, as he has AEEILS blank. So whatever Waving plays, would determine if would be seen, belay this come down or not.
Okay, so if he does decide to go for nephroid, that means we would be seeing a triple board score. And interestingly, if he opts for trophy instead, there is also another threat of side rail so either ways, both bingos are not really favorable for him right now because he would be getting a huge blow from the triple is he would be exposing from Adisha. So
Looks like he has blank or PHIED. Looks like he has trophy already.
yeah,
I
it's
think
probably
he's
wants to
considering
play
that. Yes.
trophy. So
Although if he plays trophy, he's going to be hit with side rail by Adisha, just like you pointed out. So yes, that would be really exciting to see.
and that would be the second triple play we would see on this stream, actually.
Yes.
And let's see what he decides. I think his steady senses might be going off because he hasn't made that move yet, but then he has like arranged both words. He could probably play to the T and the N hook.
Actually, if he decides to play trophy to either of the T's, there's a threat of side rail, like you mentioned, and if he decides to play it, to the other T, idealize is also there. So if he in fact plays a bingo on this turn, he would be hit with a triple by Adisha.
Wow. So you're saying all of his bingos would be returned with a triple.
Yes,
basically.
looks like there's really no way out.
Wow. Okay, so let's see what he did. So I think he's going for. Okay, he's yet to make a move.
Looks like he's going to be doing something different.
Wow, this is quite interesting.
Toffee 65 points, keeping DE.
I think I saw his intuition is actually very on point because he sensed the threats that he would be exposing from playing any of those bingo.
Yes, because Nephroid gives a triple trophy in either sports, also gives triple. So yes, I think that was a smart play. That was
definitely
a smart play.
All right. So, either ways, we should be saying a bingo from Adisha. So he has a rack of AEEILS blank. So he has a couple of options here. Through the through the ox that he played, he could put the S there and play maybe Villiers. That would score him a whooping point of 86. Same spot, he could play Milliest, I see, even Liviest. He could play all of those words.
Livius. I think, like we said earlier, the S hook for shocks is very much valid. And so putting the T there doesn't really do much to block that spot, as a lot of IEST words would still land there, as shocks is very much valid. And it looks like that's what Adisha will be doing. We see him designating his blank right now and he's doing earliest.
Okay, interesting. We see earliest coming down and this blank R. All right, earliest for 86 points. Interesting.
Beautiful find from Adisha, wonderful play from him. Like you said, someone who almost won the World Scrabble Championship for the youth category is no joke. Like we said, we have the best of the best in this tournament.
Definitely. Now it's back to waving with NAWEDIE. Now we could play through the V because that V has been exposed for a while now. I think I'm playing probably wave or wave through that spot for 33 points is not really a bad idea. Okay, somebody said Villiers is the better option.
Yeah, I think Villiers putting the V there, would obstruct a bingo from coming down in that spot.
Yes, definitely. It will obstruct another 7 or 8 that could come down.
Yes, but regardless, I think it was a good move from Adisha.
Nevertheless. So we see Wave coming down from Waving for 33 points, leaving NED.
All right, BEERTTZ. And what are you seeing for Adisha?
Okay, so if he's trying to maybe close the board, he could play just right under through the A of wave, he could come down and add better to it to form a better, maybe for 22 points. Since he just opened that lane, if he's trying to keep it closed and tight. But other than that, he could play bitter through the M of vomito and I of vowed. That scores about 28 points, leaving Z. Although that opens the triple as well from the T that is exposed to the triple. So what do you think he should do here? Do you think he should play his Z now, or he should play another word and just keep it for later?
Considering that is down, he might want to play the Z, maybe something like NERTZ, keeping BET. I think BET is quite flexible, and you never can tell. He might decide not to play the Z, and yes, this margin is not that much. I think it's 237, 218. So it's still anyone's game, and he might decide to, get rid of the Z and, try to play another bingo to get far ahead in the game.
Yeah, definitely. So I do see Z kind of set aside on his rack. Probably a probability of him considering that. I think that would fit just right beside earliest with the E hooking the E of earliest.
I think the only downside of playing that is he gets to keep all consonants.
Exactly. It leaves BRTT.
All right, looks like someone in chat just pointed out that Villiers may open hotspots to X. That might be his concern to not play it. Yes, yes, yes. Putting the A there, X in that spot played by your opponent will be very, very dangerous, especially when you're trying to get as far ahead as you can.
Definitely. All right, so he's yet to make a move.
For a second there, I saw him set aside better, maybe considering putting it and playing it rather than into the A are better. But we can't say as he shuffles, and I think he's looking to do something different.
Yeah, possibly. He's probably considering a whole lot of options right now. Okay, so I see him going for Mbita. Interesting. Mbita scores 28 points, leaving Z.
Wow, wow. Wonderful find, playing through two letters, the M of vomito and the I of vowed. Beautiful. All right, UGXNDER. Okay, Olua, what do you think you should do now?
I think he could cash in his X right underneath wave. If he plays EX for 41 points, leaving DUNGR isn't such a bad idea.
Yeah, I think 41 points is a lot to pass on. He would want to do that. GRUND is not that bad of a leave.
Okay, so I did the of the game. I believe the Z is Oh, he in fact had the Z from the last turn after playing in beta, leaving Z. So we might be getting EX. Okay, EX has been committed from waiting for 41 points.
Again, if you're just joining, thank you so much for joining. This is WESPAC 2025, the main event, day 4, and we're live here in Accra, Ghana. Don't forget to like the stream, don't forget to subscribe, and don't forget to share to your friends, other word lovers out there.
Okay, so I see you might be considering Zayt through the T of Mbita to that triple lane. Zayt does score about I think 42 points, but it leaves two of the O's and N and U. What do you think about
I
that?
think playing Zines for 42 points is very much okay, especially because 42 points is quite a lot. And even with the leave of OOUN, I think 42 points is something you would not want to leave just because of the rack leave, yes.
Yeah, he might be considering that. I mean, considering his opponent just played, I think, a 41 point. So playing a 42 point back isn't such a bad idea.
Current scores 265, 251. All right. Adisha's done to play.
Okay, 265 for Adisha, 259 for Wading. They're very, very close and they're going neck to neck. So if Adisha plays about 42 points, that would increase his lead to 3-1-2.
Both blanks have been played, and yet the scores are still very much close. I think this is one of the games where until the game is over, you don't know who is going to win unless something crazy happens along the line.
Okay, I see him going for zone. Okay, Ozone. All right, Ozone does score less. It scores 38, but it takes out both O's and leave just IU.
Yeah, I think this is a way better option than playing Zai. I think this is way better as it gets to pick five other tiles. Looks like Weebin has just one vowel, the letter U, alongside S, D, N, E, R, J.
Okay, we might be seeing Raven play out that J. He could play Jots through the T of Mbita for just 30 points. He could leave his S and DG and her. What do you think you should do here, Corey?
Oof. Just for 36 DGNR. From his point of view, I think there are 5 A's out, 2 A's, 2 I's, 2 O's, and 1 U. And we can see that 2 of the A's and 2 of the I's alongside the last U is on Adisha's rack. So I really don't know if he would want to play, JUT or maybe add the S, JUTS, but I don't think he would cash in the last S because it's just one S that is left and we want to hold on to the S. So I think JUT is fine.
Okay, we see that coming down from Wavy. Now it's back to Adisha with RARIIUA. Okay, consonant every year. I mean, vowel every, I could say, with 6 vowels and 2 consonants.
Yeah, it looks like you'll be able to get out of that situation. Doing something like Urari for 18, leaving AI is fine. Or what else do you think you could do?
I'm very concerned about the S hook from Urari, and that exposes the triple lane. But I think playing maybe Nairo from the end of Draten for 10 points, leaving AIR isn't such a bad idea.
All right, looks like he's taking his time on this. You really do not want to have, duplicate tiles, 2 A's, 2 I's, and then the U. It's really not synergic. It's not easy to work with.
Absolutely, which is why I think if he plays my hero, he get rid of one of the I's, one of the R's, and then the U, and you could leave a high R. Although it scores significantly less compared to Rari, but can't tell what you pick on the next turn.
And I think we would have a bit of an issue, going into the end game. Let's take note that the Q has not been played yet. It's still somewhere hiding in the bag, and then the last 2 I's are already on Adisha's rack alongside the final U. So if he plays the U out and the two eyes, then there might be a bit of an issue for whoever picks the Q.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's something worth considering. But I also discovered that if he does play Nahiru, like I said, looking at Raven's rank, I see no seven letter. But he could play Darlings through the eye of Nahiru, and it could be closing in on. He could play that bingo through that high of Nahiru if he decides to play that.
Yes, because it may seem as though Adisha has AIRU set aside on his rack, so he might be considering Nairu, and I think that's
Oh
what we're
my
going to be
God!
saying. And so
All
we
right,
will be seeing Darlings come down. My goodness.
that's very interesting.
Darlings scores 66 points. I think that will be coming down. Win should waste no time. Yes, he has it arranged already.
And it's in fact the only playable thing of the eye of Nahiro. It does expose the triple end, but I think he's not worried about that and is going ahead to cash in for 6 points.
Yeah, looks like Adisha has found the Q, but good thing he has 80. He has IN, so he could play QATS or QINS. So yes, I think he's fine.
I think you could play Kings through the S of the just exposed Darlings for about 39 points, leaving ACRT.
Wow, even with the bingo, the scores Adisha 313, we win 355. So it's not that their scores are not that far apart. It's still anyone's game. Like I said, this would be one of the games where until the game is over, you really cannot tell who would win.
Definitely. Same spot, Science Kings, it could also play Cats for 39 points, leaving C high Henhar.
Yeah, I think QIS would be the play for him. Unless he's looking to play longer and then does Quinta, but would you think he would want to leave that S in the triple lane?
Personally, I won't, but I don't know about Adisha. Playing Quinta next to Darlings scores. I don't really like that move, to be honest. It scores 35, scores less, but it might give him a chance to probably pick up what he wants to pick up from the bag. But I think playing kings or cards through the heads of Darlings is a pretty solid option.
Wow, if we take a look at Weebin's rack, he looks pretty, relaxed, and I think that's because he has a bingo to the J and bones.
Oh wow!
Yes, so he looks pretty relaxed. Wow, we're going to be seeing Jam Bones come down. You can see him taking a sip, of water. And we saw QINS come down. We'll be seeing Jambones come down, just like someone in the chat has pointed out. Jambones would be coming down as soon as possible. Jambones scores a whooping 110 points. Jambones or job names. Beautiful. Looks like he's doing job names. Wonderful find from Weebin, and I think this would seal the win for him. Job names 110 points. My goodness.
I think this has definitely changed the dynamics of the game.
Yeah.
Still a lot of damage and definitely push Webin forward.
I think it's exactly what Waving, needed to seal the win. He got it, job names, he spotted it, he played it, and yes, 110 points added to his current score. So yes, wonderful. He would have to pick, just 4 tiles from the bag, if I'm not mistaken. And yes, I think that has sealed the win for him.
Yeah, we could say that. I mean, I don't know how Adisha could come back into this game, but I really do not see any hope for him.
Yes, nothing, no coming back after job names. No coming back after job names. AACERWRC. I think what Adisha can do now is just get a way to score well with his C, W, yes, and just try to reduce the deficits.
I think if he's trying to play the C and W at once, he could play Macau through the M of juggling because it's looking like Waving is definitely going to finish because he has a rack of G, O, L, F. If he does play Macau, he's definitely going to finish just right beside it. And that's what he could play. His golf would be right above Nahiru, G, U, the U,
Or right
and
below Nahiru.
yeah, or right below Nahiru. Either ways, it looks like he is going to finish.
Yes, yes. Wonderful play from both players. Beautiful. Job names. I think that's my highlight for this game.
Definitely.
Playing job names.
I mean, thought we were going to see Jambones, but
Yeah, jumbled, but job names came down and beautiful. I think there was no blocking job names. It was going to come down. I think the only way we would not have seen job names is if Tom missed it, and for a player this strong, I mean, is one of the best representing his country. It's only fine. It's only expected that he finds job names. Especially yesterday, I'm still impressed with the play. Who done it? Yes, that was such an amazing.
yeah, I mean, I've
find.
seen amazing word powers from Waving, and I'm not surprised he even opted for job names instead of the obvious Jambones. And I believe him spotting that bingo was not too much of a work for him.
Someone said Urari instead of Nairu would have changed the whole complexion of this game. Yes, if Urari had been played, then we would not see Darlings come down, and
Yeah.
yes, job names came down right after. So yes, I think if Urari had been played, then maybe, just maybe, the dynamics of the game would have changed.
Yeah, but I felt like he was concerned about the S hook to worries and exposing that triple lane, which maybe why that was not why he didn't decide to go for that.
Yes, I think as at that moment,
instead.
Nairu was a pretty solid option. Your opponent, there's just one S out, and what are the odds that the S is not with your opponent, it's in the bag. So I don't think you could risk playing Urari at that point in time. I think that was the reason why he did Nairu instead. But unfortunately, his opponent had the right set of tiles to play
Exactly.
Darling and punish that move.
Exactly, and we would have seen Darlings come down if he did play Uraris because not only I think I was the aside I was the only vowel he needed to play Darlings, and if that high was at the top of the board, he won't have been able to play Darlings.
Yes, 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 indeed. I can see in the chat someone said I would be giga tilted if I was Adisha, especially because it all happened because of Nairo. Well, yes, but I don't think you should, beat himself up, especially because as at then he was playing to his rack. Yes,
Definitely.
yes. I think he was being very careful, but it's just unfortunate that Scrabble happened. So I really just think he needs to brace up, and go into the next game. I will be seeing her come down. Okay, so it does go for 12. And like we said, Weaving finishes with golf. All right. Final scores 380 for Adisha to Weaving 65. Amazing games for both players. They just had 10 moves each, and it was pretty fast, pretty accurate. Such a wonderful play from both players. Amazing stuff.
Okay.
All right. This was round 19. We had Adisha and Bibinto on stream. It was a mind-blowing game, other than the form of eye drop that was played. I think the only issue is that eye drops is very valid, but eye drop is not valid, and we did not see a challenge of that. And then we saw Hawks come down. We saw Adisha, pushing and fighting through the game. He played earliest, then beat her. But trouble happens because as soon as he played Nairu, his opponent replied with darlings and then job names, and well, that was his.
I think we could see that picked in this game.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Thank you so much to everyone who is in the stream. Thank you so much for staying with us. This is round 19. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be back with round 20 very shortly.
Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba.
Hello, guys. Welcome back to the WESPAC main event here in Accra, Ghana. And this is officially round 20. Here on screen, we have Adam, Logan, and guess what, guys? Adam Logan is currently at the top of the table right now with 15 wins and just 3 losses so far. And we're getting somebody new here on stream, I believe. This is Stanley Ubiedi from Ghana.
Yes, indeed, Okwe. We have two big names on stream. Adam Logan is a former world champion. He won the eighth world champion, and the WESPAC main event, which took place last year, it was sixth position, and then he went on to win the Spain's Challenge at the same championship in Las Vegas last year, and then he won that. Stanley is also such an amazing player from Ghana. He won the Ghana National Scrabble Championship this year. So, two amazing players on stream right now, and I can't wait to see explosive Scrabble. I expect the best of the best from them.
Definitely, I really do feel the same. I mean, Stanley is pretty new on our screen. He has 13 wins and 6 losses. Now he's facing Adam Logan. So very curious to see how this turns out, and pretty stoked for this one.
Pretty, as you can see, the standings displayed on your screens. Adam Logan is in first place with 15 wins. All right, back to the game. We see the opening rack for Adam Logan to be AAIMOPT. Looks like he has Optima set aside, and that scores 26 points. What else do you think he could do?
All right, he could play Optima like we've seen him set aside for 26, leaving A. Also, I think the anagram of Optima would also work, which is a Matipo, I believe, for same points, 26 points.
All
So
right.
we could see either of them coming down for Adam.
Beautiful indeed. Like I said earlier, both players amazing, worded players. So yes, we would be seeing explosive Scrabble right now. Looks like Optima is the move, like you said. Optima for 26 points. Yes. Opening rank for Stanley, we have ACGNRSY. Okay, Olua, what do you think you can do with this set of tiles?
Okay, I think you could play Yang, YH Henji, just right beneath Optima for 26 points, leaving maybe CRS. Yeah, I think that could work. But if he's trying to play longer, he could play Orangey just through the O of Optima, leaving CS. That costs 4 points less. So what do you think he should do here? Should he try to play more, or should he go pretty short with just maybe Yag or Yang?
I think Orangey is not a bad option. It gets to open the board more. The only threat might be the triple letter score. The A would be in front of triple letter score, and then putting the Z there or the J there would be really, really dangerous. So you might want to play shorter, maybe something as simple as cry or Yang, like you said.
All right, so we could be seeing either Yag or Cry, something like that coming down. All right, and Nathaniel Adeyinka, I see you in the stream. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. And make sure you like and subscribe. All right, so I see Young instead. Young for 26 points, it is leaving CRS. He's yet to commit though. He's probably thinking twice about that move.
All right, looks like he's taking it back. Looks like he's not doing Yang. He might be looking to do something a little bit different.
Yeah, most likely.
All right, if you're just joining, this is round 20 games. 19 games have been played. This is the 20th game. We have 12 more games to go before we go into the head-to-head between the final two, and then we crown our world champion here in Accra.
All right, so Yang has been committed from Stanley for 26 points. Now, moving on to Logan, he has a rank of FABEGIS. What do you think he should do here, Corey?
I don't see any sevens on his rack, but he plays to the letter L. He plays Philabex. I don't see that on the board again, so I think the gift should be his move.
And big gifts it is for Logan for 24 points. Immediately we see Stanley gracious. Okay, I believe this is Gracili's. Wow, this is in fact the first bingo of round. Gracili's 42 Stanley has been played. What do you think about that one?
Beautiful, beautiful. You know, like I said, he's the current Ghana National Scrabble champion, and you know, you expect nothing but the best from him. You know, he's such a worded player. I mean, for someone to be crowned the national champion, you know, he must have done a lot of reading, and yes, his word power would be very acidic. Gracili's beautiful find. First bingo of this game between Adam Logan, who is a former world champion, and Stanley, the current Ghana National Scrabble champion.
Definitely, Gracili's is in fact a very beautiful move from Stanley. So I really do hope we get to see more on this stream, and we are back to Adam with the rank of LESAYE high, I believe.
All right, looks like AEFILSY. Wow, feasibly would be what it would play to the B, but unfortunately, it doesn't quite land. Oof.
Okay, I really want to crack a joke here. It looks like feasibly
It's not feasible.
All right, that must hurt.
Yes.
So,
yes,
but I
yes.
see other options, I guess. If he's willing to, okay, he's going in for Flay. All right, Flay isn't such a bad idea. Flay scores pretty well.
Scores about
I think
42 points.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
42 points it is, and I believe Stanley has picked the first.
Yes. Yes,
Game.
indeed. The first blank has found its way to Stanley's rack alongside the WUASIE. Someone in the chat says Bobby Flay. I was about to say that, you know, Bobby Flay is actually an American celebrity that there's this show that I watch, Beats Bobby Flay. You know, they have to cook, and like it's very funny. So yes, I get the reference of Bobby Flay in the chats.
That's interesting. I learned something new every day. Okay, so now with a rack of WUASIE and blank, I really do not see any option of a bingo coming down, but it could score pretty well if he decides to play probably waifu through the F of Flay. It could score about maybe 33 points and giving a very good balanced rack of ES blank. What do you think about that one?
Indeed. I think ES blank is such a strong lead, and then waifu, you know, doesn't expose much. I think that's the very optimal play for him, and I think that's exactly what he's doing. Amazing.
Waifu has been committed for 33 points. Now it's back to Adam with IDOVE high S. Now this looks pretty synergic, I would say, but I do not see any sevens nor eights with the available floats. But it could play probably Divi, you know, from the flab of from the flame, the AB there. It could put his D there and come down to maybe play Divi, I believe.
Davy, yes.
For 34 points, leaving high OS. What do you think about that?
I think that's quite fine. Other than the you know, the triple letter score it would be exposing, I think Davy is okay.
All right. I think he might be considering not playing that because that exposes the triple lane, that exposes the triple letter, and then we still have the X on scene and the Z on scene. Another option might be to play voids. through the S of Gracilis, he could play void, hooking the S of Gracilis for about 26 points, I believe.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
Yeah.
indeed. Wow. Opeoluwa, it may seem as though the second blank has also found its way to Stanley's rack. Wonderful.
Very wonderful it is.
And
So
that means that on a stone, we should be saying a bingo come down.
definitely. So it seems Adam went with Divide for 34 points, damning the consequence of the triple letter. All right. That is back to Stanley, who has in fact picked the second blank of the game. Should be seen. I think there are multiple arrays of options to pick from, considering he has the two blanks. Although the last time we had two blanks on stream, our player was quite blank.
Yes, I think that was Weebin.
Yeah, I think that was
Yes.
Weebin. It took a lot of time trying to play something.
Yes, and it looks like we saw a phony from
Yeah,
him.
we did see a phony of a Cosmic, I believe, before he played them and Nosmic. So now I think we are getting Wumbiest for 92 points, which is in fact the best he can do with what he's having. So Wumbiest for 92 points from Stanley, pretty solid.
Pretty solid. 92 points is quite a lot. All right. I can see Nathaniel Adenka in the chat. He said, well done, guys. You are doing a brilliant job. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the love. Opeoluwa and I are really grateful, as well as Excel.
Thank you very much for the support, guys. Okay, so we have a rack of ULZOOSI from Logan, I believe. What do you think he should do here?
Also, just like he has arranged on his rack, also scores 35. Uzo, yes, although it exposes, a triple threat. I think he has that arranged on his rack, and I think is doing it quite above Gracilis. That scores 32, which is 3 points less, and it doesn't expose the triple.
All right. Now it's back to Stanley.
All right, it looks like he has a rack of AKUIEED. And I think he could do UKE right underneath Optima. That scores 27. What do you think about that?
I think that is not it's a good move. He could do that, leaving ADEI. And I see other options I see for him would be probably piked through the P of Optima. But personally, I think I would go with Ilk. Playing Ilk for 27 points.
Indeed. Again, if you're just joining, round 20 is underway. We have the former world champion Adam Logan on stream facing off against Stanley of Ghana. Stanley is a national Scrabble champion himself. So this is a battle between two amazing Scrabble players. Current scores: Adam 158, Stanley 223. All right, and we can see Stanley taking his time on this one. He would not want to make any silly mistakes at this point, especially when he's leading. And in as much as he may be leading, there's still a lot of Scrabble to come. We've seen both S's and both blanks have been played, but we still have two S's in the bag, one on Adam's rack and the other in the bag. So two S's are played, and a lot of tiles to come. The X still unplayed, the Q and the J. So yes, it's still anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, definitely we could say that. So he really has to take his time on this one, and if he's trying to win the game, he should take his time and make the best decision. I mean, stating the fact that Adam is currently topping the tables right now with about 15 wins, and I'm sure Stanley is aware of that. And if he's trying to get into the top 5, he should try to win this game.
Indeed.
All right, so I think he's going for Upt instead.
Probably wants to play to the P, puked. P of Optima. Maybe he wants to do puked instead. All right, looks like he's not doing that. Looks like he's considering something a little different. Again, these two players are wonderful players. Sometimes when they take their time on deciding on what move to make, it might be because they know that any move that they take, any wrong move can cost them, the game. So they would want to be very, very careful.
Interestingly, I think we're seeing EEK from Stanley. What's the thought process behind that move?
No
I'm really not sure.
idea. I'm really not sure as well because it could have played EUK in that exact same spot. I think keeping the U, and keeping the U um, is not as good as keeping the E. Although I think because EEK doesn't take an S, I think yes, that's why he has decided to do that because EEK blocks the board and then it's not easy to put an S to play through that.
Okay, that's definitely an important factor to consider. And let's go back to Adam. He
Yes,
has
looks
the
like
rank
there
of
was an overdraw of tiles by Stanley.
oh,
And yes, I think that's what they're sorting right now. Oof. And this set of tiles would actually guarantee him a bingo, but unfortunately he overdrew. So let's see what is left on his rack.
okay. Adam with a rank of MMMRRILSI. Okay, if he's willing to cash in his S for a decent score, he could play Reims, hooking the S to Uzo, and Reims score about 36 points, leaving high LR. At the same spot, he could play MIRS. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, I think MIRS is fine. After the overdraw, looks like Stanley still has, a bingo to play. So we would be seeing, or we should be seeing a bingo come down um when it's his turn to play.
All right. Okay, so Adam is yet to make a move yet. I mean, he probably set up that also for himself with the S hook to come down through the triple lane, and now that has been blocked by Stanley. Although the board is towards the bottom of this board, I believe you can see some bingos still come down. So we will be seeing bingos spot, I believe, particularly if Stanley is able to play with his current rack.
All right, looks like we're seeing Reims down just like you said, Okweoluwa. So Reims is what he's doing for 36 points.
All right, so Adam has UDETIRN, which is intrude. But now that Adam play Reims, he could play intruder for 80 points, which is in fact what we are seeing on our screen right now. Interesting.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful intruder for 80 points. And Stanley is flying in this game, is leaving is flying further away. Yes, he's leaving Adam behind in this game. 323. Stanley's 323 to Adam's 194.
Interesting, over 130 points lead. Wow. Now, Adam is not really having the tile he might be open for, but he has a tile of TERERL high. Now, I don't see where he could score that would score him a lot. I mean, considering his opponent just played a bingo of 80 points. But in between D and Z, the D of Intruder and the Z of Uzo, he could play DITZ for 28 points, leaving EELRR.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yes, if you're just joining us, thank you so much for joining. We're so excited to have you here. Don't forget to drop a like, say hello in the comments. Let us know where you're chatting from. Let us know where you're watching us from. Let us know who you're rooting for in this game. Is it Adam Logan? Is it Stanley? Or is it someone who is not on stream yet and you would love to see play on stream? You know, we've had Nigel Richards today and a lot of other players. We've had Ashan, we've had Adisha, we've had Weaving. So yes, let us know who you would like to see on stream. We're really, really excited to have you here, and we're so open to engaging you.
Absolutely. We really appreciate each and every one of you that's engaging us so far, and make sure you keep engaging us to the end, because the fun has not stopped and will not stop anytime soon. We still have a whole lot of games ahead of us, and we really appreciate all of your engagements.
Indeed. Can't quite see Adam's record, although we know he has TEERRLI. Looks like his hand is covering the cam a little bit. All right, it might be thinking and has covered the camera unknowingly.
So earlier I suggested it should play DIT through the D of intruder and the Z of also. What do you think of that?
I mean, DIT scores 28. The only issue is it leaves 2 hours and on his that might be a for him, especially because he's on by over 120 and he would want to catch up with his opponent. So he would want to, play something different that would give him a more balanced rack.
Yeah, that is definitely what considering. But I mean, given his rank of TERERN high, I don't know what he could play, because if he's trying to balance, he would definitely short score. He won't score as much as he can, but it does leave he might leave a balanced rack for the hopes of bingoing in the next turn.
Yes, indeed. And it looks like Stanley has found the J from the bag. Wow. And I think he would be able to score a couple of points with the letter J on his turn. But yes, as soon as Logan decides on what move to make, all right, looks like he has moved his hand from there and we can see his styles clearly now. All right, I can see Jojo C7A in the chat says, ladies, thank you so much for joining, Jojo. We see you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for your support. We're really grateful.
Thank you, Jojo. Okay, so we might be seeing Lear come down for 16 points, and indeed, I feel he's trying to leave a balanced rack. He left RET. Now it's back to Stanley with CLOUJEE.
All right, looks like it could do POLJE to the P of Optima, and that scores 28. Although, do you think he would want to come out, that kind of opens the board a bit?
No, personally, I won't do that. I mean, he doesn't really have any reason to. I feel in playing maybe within the board and keeping it simple and still going for his cause would be a better option.
Yeah, looks like he has clue arranged on his rack. He might have wanted to do it right underneath Yang, yes, but since Adam just played there, he might be looking to do it right underneath Intruder, or he might be looking to do something entirely different.
Okay, playing Chloe under Intruder would definitely score less. I think about just 16 points. But then it's it's unrisky. He wouldn't be giving his chance. He wouldn't be giving his opponent any chance of playing through whatever floats he gives out if he makes a move that comes out in this turn. So Poje is the top scoring option for him in this round, but then it gives his opponent a lot of chance to hit back. So we might be seeing something defensive from Stanley. Okay, so he's yet to make a move, and I'm very curious to see what he does decide to play.
All right. Looks like we have Tochi Unwali in the chat. If I'm not mistaken, that should be Enoch Unwali, the former African champion. It's really nice to have you in our chat. It says, Paul G, no more S, blanks are out. It's not so dangerous coming out. Actually, There's still one S left in the bag. Yes, there's one S
Exactly.
unseen, so it might have that in consideration. All right, I think there was an issue with the tile distribution, but yes, I think it has been corrected now, and there's still, in fact, one S left in the bag.
All right. So I think
Joe is a move.
okay, so I see he's skipping. Just playing Joe for 18 points, leaving CELU. Now it's back to Adam with ARENEH.
All right. I think he would want to do something like he, just dropping AH, keeping ANRT.
Yeah,
I
standard
think that's quite
option.
flexible. Yes, I
Very
think,
flexible indeed.
and that's exactly what he has done. All right. Um, HVTLT. What can he do here? Let's see. Let's see. Okay, what do you think?
Okay, so I'm seeing a move of TUCH, leaving LV. You know, he could play that 28 points, leaving LV. Although there's another option. If he's still trying to play defensively, he could probably play Love LUV for 19 points, leaving CEHT.
Indeed, indeed. All right. This isn't behind as an option. Yes, I think so. Is quite um in the lead right now. Tochin Wali says coach KUTCH. Yes, I think that's quite conditions the board a whole lot. Putting the C there and the H there, you'd um have no other option but to like try to open the board by yourself a little more. But like playing coach, yes, I think that's the move for him. Thank you so much, Tochi.
Okay, hello Nemesis. We see. Thank you for joining. Thank you for engaging with us.
Yes, indeed. Looks like he won't be doing that. He'll be doing love instead.
Okay, Love for 19 points. Now it's back to Stanley. It's back to Logan with AOARTEN.
Still no bingos for him. Wow.
Wow, this
And
must be really
Stanley is,
devastating.
yes, Stanley is sailing away in this game.
This is not exactly what you would be expecting, but then you can't really control what you pick from the bag. So if he decides to play AA just right beneath Joe, with the A hooking the J of Joe, he could score 15 points, leaving ENORT. I mean, it does leave a balanced rack and maybe possibly hope to pick the last S and then do something right beside yeah. What do you think about that one?
Yes, I think that's pretty fine, especially looking over to Stanley's place, in as much as it's in the lead, is in a bit of a sticky situation with just one E. Do you think if he had done coach, then it would have been easier to make is to balance his rack? Yes.
I mean, that depends strictly on what he picks from the rack.
Like there's an issue with the player cam, but don't worry, it would be fixed. Our technical team, they're on it, and yes, you'd get to see the players as soon as possible.
Definitely, we apologize for that.
All right, we can see Adam now on our screens, just waiting for Stanley's cam to be fixed. All right, that is fixed, and we're good to go.
Right, so Adam gets to make a move. What do you think he should do here, Corin? Because I'm really quite concerned for him as well.
Ooh, ah, he could drop just two tiles, maybe AA. playing right underneath Joe for 15 points, keeping ENORT. Yes, I think AA is not that bad of an option. It's not a bad option.
Okay. Right now, the current scores are 2-3-4 for Adam to Stanley 360.
15 tiles left in the bag, which includes the Q and the X. Now, I really want to see how it pans out because, as you can see, there are no U's in the bag again, and no I's as well.
Interesting. But if the eye from Gracilis is still kept open, anyone who picks the eye can still play there.
Yes, anyone who picks the Q would still be able to drop it there. Indeed, indeed. Adam is taking quite some time on this move. Looks like he's thinking hard and long on what exactly to do. And I mean, can you blame him? This place and he wants to play as possible and try to win as many games as possible to be in the top two at the end of the 32 games.
I mean, we've seen him come from behind and is going straight. Right now, he's currently first on the list. But if he doesn't win this game, he does drop, and then we might be seeing a new person on the list. I mean, considering Waving is second position right now, and if he wins this game, he's going to be at the top spot. So he should take his time and really consider all his decisions right now. Because I mean, look at the score; is trailing by almost 100 and some points. So every decision he makes right now is very crucial for the game.
Very crucial indeed. Yes, just like you said. Stanley is currently sixth place, and we still have about 12 games to go. Anything can still happen. Anyone who's still far behind on the standings can still, they have a chance to catch up. And those who are already, in first to fifth, they have to fight very hard to retain their position. So yes, 12 games to go. Anyone can still become the world champion.
Okay, so I think Adam is going for Hoa instead.
Or OAR, and that keeps TANE. All right. Looks like I think I saw Stanley arrange TNCH on his rack for a moment there, but it
Okay,
looks
well,
like
he
he's
could
not
decide
doing
to
that.
play that if he wants to, right underneath. Yeah, I believe he could play that for 28 points, leaving DT. Another option might be Dench at the same spot for 31.
I think if he does that, then the only option for Logan would be to lace perfectly under, OAR.
Okay, I think we're seeing okay is yet to make a move, but we might be seeing Tench, I believe. Okay, I think it's opting for Tench instead. Tench from Stanley, 28 points, leaving DT.
Finally, it looks like there is a bingo on Logan's rack. Unfortunately, it would not be playing on this rack. It could have played under the newly opened spot of UR, but Tench now has quite conditioned that, and sadly, it will not be landing. After the all back and forth of trying to balance and trying to, get a bingo, he finally gets it, and unfortunately, it would not be playing on this board. That's really, really sad for Adam.
Really sad indeed. Okay, looking at this rack, since it's bingo cannot land, another option might be to play um Fona, I believe, through the edge of Tench. You could play Fona got 4 points. No, but what do you think we should do here?
I think doing PHEON, I think that's quite fine. Yes, I think that's fine. Other than the fact that there's still one S at last is the board for him because he's down and the board looks quite closed at this point.
Yeah, definitely. He could still do that in hopes for probably a bingo, maybe at the last clutch of this game. Well, I'm very curious to see what really happens. Current score 388 for Stanley to Adams 251. But honestly, I have a question. Do you think there's still any hope for Adam in this game to make it win?
In as much as I would say never, at this point, looking at the current condition of the board, I really don't think it's possible. Looks like he played
Wow.
PELAO.
This is interesting because I never thought it would still try to play. Although pronate is very much valid, but PELAO is in fact wrong. I think the correct spelling would be PALEO. So the invalid one here is PELAO.
Yes, yes. There's actually PELAU, but maybe he mistook it or maybe just played it out of desperation. You would really want your bingo to land. I mean, like I said, he has been trying to shape the rack, and finally the rack has yielded something good, but unfortunately it won't be landing. So, he might have played it out of desperation to get something on the board. It's really sad. Pronate did not land. And now Stanley has obviously seen his rack that he has a bingo, and so he would not um, leave any spots open. He would not want to open the board. He would want to leave the board just as it is. I think Stanley might be dropping just the Q on this turn. No eyes, no U's as well. So yes, it would want to drop just the Q on this turn. All right, 5 minutes for Adam, and Stanley has 8 minutes. Looks like he's sitting back and tracking right now. Yes, I think he really needs to know what is in the bag because if you sure that the bingo pronate would not be landing on this board. Yes, all right. For those of you just joining us, please don't forget to like the stream. Don't forget to subscribe and follow up on the other games that we would be displaying. All right, like we said, he has found a way to play his Q80 is what we're seeing right now. So Q80 it is for 12. All right, still with his rack of prunates. Okay, what do you think Adam should be looking to do?
I mean, the option of phone or Fion is still right open, which I feel it should have done in the previous round instead of trying to force that bingo down there.
Wow, my goodness. Looks like the S is still in the bag somewhere. We have 5,000 left in the bag. The S and the X still in the bag, not seen yet.
Interesting. Okay, so I think Adam has gone for just PO. Okay, leaving AENRT. Looks like he's still trying to shape his rag and wants to pick the S. And in fact, he didn't pick the S. He picked W and X.
Wow, animal, and as it looks like there's a bingo coming down. Endogene.
Wow, this is in fact not what Adam would be expecting.
Yes, this is the killer. Endogene comes down for 71 points, and yes, that is that. All right, WAXNRET. All right, looks like we might be seeing something like Wexe come down. WEXE. I think Adam would be looking to do that. Current score 268, 480. I think this bingo of endogene is just what's sealed the win for Stanley. Or what do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I feel at this point there's really no hope for Adam, and that last bingo was really a huge blow to his face, and we cannot see any comeback from Adam.
Yes, just like in the last game where we saw, Adisha and Adisha played Nairu, and then Darlings came down, and then Job Names, and that was the killer. Just like that in this game, we're seeing Endogene come down to seal the win for Stanley Obiedi. Although Adam Logan played exceptionally well in this game, but unfortunately, Scrabble happened, and yes, Stanley would be taking this one as the scores right now are 268 to 480.
And this turn, it could play Wexy, I believe, through the E of Endogene for 54 points, leaving AN Harty.
Yeah, but that is still not enough to, even get him so close to Stanley. And Stanley has ADS, which will definitely finish on his next turn.
Somebody said Otilo,
Yes,
which
yes.
means it's gone. It's
Yes.
really gone for Adam in this round. It did.
Indeed, it is. For those of you who are not Nigerian, like Ope said, Otilo means it is gone. It's a Yoruba phrase, yes.
Yeah. But I must say, I think at some point Adam kept fishing. He played a lot of two tiles, trying to balance his rack, trying to shape his rack, and he hopes to bingo and pick the last S in the bag. So would you say that affected him a lot? Or do you think him trying consistently was a valid play?
I think it was quite valid because at that point in time, only a bingo would get him back into the game. So, hoping to get a bingo and trying to shape his rack at that point in time, I really don't think it was a bad option. All right, Wexe 54 points comes down and would be seeing Stanley finish with ADS for 25.
Okay, ADS for 25, and that seals the win
Wow.
for Stanley.
Wow, what an interesting game. What a beautiful game. My goodness. From the play of Gracilis, and then Wumbies came down, and then Intruder. Well, it looks like Adam didn't play any bingos in this game, but he managed to fight, but it just wasn't enough. All right, looks like we'll be switching to the overhead mic to hear the conversation between the players.
Let's go.
26.
26, 50.
I have 22.
No, 24.
4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. I know you're a mathematician, so let me. We 22,
Yeah,
right?
322. Yeah. Okay. Works a lot better for me if I give you if I put the R back in the back because you play audience and I have the R.
Oh, okay.
Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, to the golden coast. 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. City's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. City's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. City's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. City's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. City's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got it right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 times tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat of this massive beat. Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knock on door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this mess? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the do this massive beat. Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. The city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the Golden Coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the Golden Coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the Golden Coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the Golden Coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the Golden Coast. take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is. The drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive
All right, welcome back, guys. This is round 21 of the WESPAC main event happening live here in Ghana. And with me here, I have Excel. How do you feel, Excel? How are you today?
I'm doing great. Great job to you and Coin Solar so far.
Thank you very much. Great job to you as well. We've been holding it down. I see both players are wasting no time as they have started picking. But right now, at the top of the table, we have Wabin still maintaining the first position with 15 wins and a half. I think he had a draw on a game we didn't stream. And Logan, second position with 15 wins and a half as well. In third place, we have Ashan and Timmy is still maintaining fourth position, and in fifth position, I think we just saw the player live on this stream, Stanley from Ghana. And I also like to mention Nigel Richard is currently 10th in the scores in the table. So now we are seeing Emmanuel here representing Nigeria, and currently is 14th on the table.
All right. We've seen an exchange from Wabin in his last stud. He had EIN blank OOI, and he did the needful exchanging OOI on his turn. And the Mujo say wasting FIZ, keeping GEES on that turn. All
Okay,
right.
what can you tell us about him? You just say since we are having him for the first time on this stream.
Right on the first day of the tournament, he had a pretty rough start, winning only 3 games on day one. But he's been on a 9-game win streak until he lost to Hubert Wee in the previous round. And an interesting fact is his last 2 games have been Singaporeans in round 19. We saw him go against Pono, and in the last round, he lost and right now he's playing another Singaporean. We've been told here on stream, and we've been told a couple of times here is well, and I'm
Okay, I apologize for the little break in. So I think of this round from Waving, he played cabin for some more point, and immediately we see the music play SE. Right. So C coming down just beneath is from immediacy. Okay, so interestingly, we are seeing immediately again for the first time on stream, and I believe he did have a pretty rough start in the beginning of the tournament. For it's good to see he has finally he play on table one. That means he has been playing pretty well, I presume, and he gets to face the contender that has been top five for a while, which is the person of waving. Now we see C come down from the major state for 28 points, and immediately we see the response of Lini from the. All right, Lini committed for 27 points, I believe. Now I see a rack of GUTSATE from immediacy, and I believe should be getting a bingo coming down from New Jersey. This will make the second bingo of the game. He has three options. He could play cottages from the sea cabin, or I think he's going for the second option of gun test. Gun test costs 68 coins, which is another option. A third option would be to play, I believe, tunage. Tutenagy, both from the end of Lene. But the bingo that was called the most right now, considering its rack, is cottages through the sea of cabin. So now I believe it's going for two snags instead. So why do you think it's making this move, Excel?
All right, I think he's trying to give himself as much options on the board right now, and the move seems pretty standard.
Okay, we could say that it's probably trying to throw the board wide open. All right, back to waving with a rack of UOEEDGM. Wow, guys, we might be seeing another bingo here if Waving is able to spot embarked, I believe, through the peak of cabin, and that was scoring a whooping 80 points. Wow, it looks like it's going to rain bingos in this game. I mean, we've seen Kevin from waving, and now we're getting a response of Tutnat from New Jersey, and now we might be seeing another bingo coming down from a bug. Now, it's very early on in this game, and I can't really say for sure, even after the bingos, whose game it is, but this is looking, it's getting very exciting, and this will be the second bingo from Waving if he's able to put it down.
All right, the scores currently are Images is 126 to Wavings 98, and with an 80-point bingo, Waving would be taking a sizable lead right now. So let's see if he can spot this move. All right, we see you in the chat, Jemai Augusto. Thank you so much for the encouragement. Yes, two snags was his best option at that point.
Okay, interestingly, I think we're seeing a miss here from Waving. He is going for mugged instead. Wow, what do you think about that one, Excel?
Well, Mug scores 28 points, and I'm guessing he's not looking at the board as deeply as he should. The B, can be a bit sneaky, and Mbugged, might elude him. It's understandable, but at this point of the game, an 80-point bingo would have, been very, very crucial.
Definitely. I really do think he wasn't looking towards playing a bingo. So he did go for mugged for 28 points. And immediately we see New Jersey respond with Q high for 28 points, I believe. And that was quite solid considering what he had. So letting go of that Q at that point is a solid option. Now back to waving with a rack of EEFORSW. What do you think you should do here, Excel?
Well, I'm sure he's fixated on scoring as much points right now on this turn. Looking at the T in Tutnags, he could have a couple of options to the right hand side of the board. Was like TWOER, Tour scores 36, leaving ELS. He also had was like TWEEL in the same spot. And if he's unsure, looking at the that side of the board, I think something really standard and simple as meow. The sounds cats make, MEOW down the M of mugged for 27 points, even RELS is also the solid option here. But I think you should be seeing Tua come down, leaving ELS and throwing the board open.
Absolutely. I really do think playing Tua leaving ELS is a pretty standard option, and that scores 36 points. So let's see what he decides to play.
All right, I'm sure he's taking his time, making sure he's not missing a bingo on this turn because his styles look a bit synergic, especially with the floating A on the board. Even the C could yield a bingo sometimes, but eventually he finds TWOER scoring 36 points.
All right, so it's back to emergency, I believe, with a rack of WARPOVE. Wow.
What an interesting turn of events. Oh no, there is 107 point bingo available on this turn. Let's see if there's anyone in the chat who can spot this. To the opening we've been told just made in his last move, the UJC could have had a crushing bingo to the out there. I'm looking for suggestions in the chat if you can find it. And I think you bit close to finding it. He had over a range. When Scrabble players have prefixes or suffixes like that, we tend to think of words like rap, like over man, over anything or something starting or ending with over. And I think he missed one on that turn, but scoring WAP, leaving the same OVER is still pretty solid.
Oh my God, what a miss indeed from Emil Jose. I mean, for a while, I thought we were going to see the bingo come down when he arranged the car. Wow, what a miss. I mean, it's over 100 points, and that could have definitely increased his lead by far in this game. Now, we're getting the second miss of bingo from this round.
All right, back to Wayne going for Keely, scoring 39 points, leaving IS. I'm sure he's very, very happy about that move. Using your gaze to score nearly 40 points and leaving a lead of IES on an open board must be something he really likes.
I think it's also interesting to know that if he had played the bingo of Rakova, which is the bingo that he had, this GD would be able to come down on this board.
Yes, indeed.
Now it's back to you just said with the rank of COBBERT. And immediately I see him going for over half.
Yes, I think this is another over. We noticed he arranged upward on his rack, and that would have played beautifully next to the Y in G scoring 50 points.
Wow, what a miss. This caused just 24 points. Wow, that was indeed a miss, leaving just B. Now it seems to be raining vowels for waving as he has a rank of BEIIINS.
Oof, what a horrible draw after the leave of IES. I'm sure really confident going into the bag, picking a fresh set of tiles, but now he has five vowels, one N and one S. What can he do on this board?
Wow. I don't really see a lot of options for him. He could play the S of Tutnags. He could add the E and the high for say and EEI for 14 points, leaving EIINS. What do you think about that? on itself.
Yeah, that seems standard. The only fear is you're dropping two tiles and you might as well go into the bag and pick yet again two more wells. So we see him with an exchange leaving INES and guessing he wants to give himself the best chance possible to come back with a bingo next turn. And if we look at Umujose Emmanuel, you've seen him arrange BR blank CHER and
Oh, brother, we might be getting a bingo of brother on this one for 98 points. Looks like luck is really on immediate side. Even after making a bingo and another move that could score well above 50, he's able to spot brother for 98 points.
yes, indeed, brother for 98 points would take him to 302 to Waving's 201. But we've seen Waving has drawn very, very lovely tiles, and with the last play, I'm sure he has a ton of options.
All right, so offside, I just see he can play nearish right below the spot, the triple lane from the just play, and that scores a whooping 107 points. Oh my God, what do you think about that?
That would be an incredible point to score at this stage of the game. You can see he's trailing by exactly 101, and a 107 bingo would bring him right back into the game.
Definitely, I do see him reaching nearish, and I believe we will be seeing that drop on this board very soon.
Yes, that would hook Mare and WEN. I'm sure he's thinking about the move, making sure he's not making any mistake. And when he's done assessing his options, I will expect him to drop this bingo as soon as possible.
Nearish is in fact the best option he can make right now. Another option might be to play a shine, but that scores 6 points less for 101. Another option would be to play Vanisher through the V of overact, but that scores even way lesser for 86. But Nearish is in fact his top choice for 107 points.
Yes, we've seen he has seen the word nearish. Maybe he's doubting Mare, or maybe he's doubting the nearish itself. Or I mean, this is way being told one of the best players in the world. I expect this move to come down as soon as possible. I'm guessing he's just really worried of playing a pony, and with a 101 deficit, I think playing a word you're unsure of would be very devastating. But I think even if he's doubting Nearish, our shine for 101 would still bring him back into the game.
Or do you think he hasn't spot or move a play to a spot actually to play Nearish?
I mean, the MAR looks really, juicy. I think even Emmanuel himself is looking at that spot on the board. That's the obvious play to play right now on this board. Maybe it's just the MARA or MARE book he's worried about, but I see no reason why he would be doubting Nourish or Shine. All right, we see him taking his time. He has less than 11 minutes, while Imujose sits comfortably with less than 20 minutes on his clock.
Right, I'm really starting to be concerned about what is holding him back from making this move, you know.
Yeah, we've seen on stream many times when a player takes too long to make their move or play their bingo, then that means they are very unlikely to play it eventually. Okay, we see him eventually go for the move.
Finally,
107 points on the board for Weibi Toe, taking him to 308 to Mujose's 302. Game on.
this is definitely gonna earn a little for emergency. I mean, 107 points is a lot. You know, he just played a brother for about 92 points. I'm definitely sure he wasn't expecting that huge of a comeback from Waving.
Yes, indeed. And now the board is wide open. You can see he's making one of his top choices of Kinder for 32. The only downside is the left hand side of brother sits really pretty for an underlap there, and stay waving with the right um house could really do some damage on that spot.
I mean, with what he had, Kinder was a top choice for Italy. There wasn't really a lot of plays he could make right underneath brother. So
True, true.
Kinder or Fakir, Fakir through that same spot was his best option. Now we might be seeing another big, considering we've been just picked IDT NAO high. Now through the O of overhack, he could play iodation. Guys, would we be seeing rotation from Waving again after just playing a whooping 107 points from Nearish?
Yes, indeed. He has arranged those tiles on his rack right now and is looking through the board and he commits the move.
Oh
What
my
a
goodness.
wonderful game this has been.
A wonderful game. It is. It's really raining bingo for Waving. Iodation for 61 points committed.
Yes, indeed. We saw Waving start this game with Corbin scoring 71 and he missed a bug to the cabin later on. Finally, nearish for 107 and now 61 points for iodation.
Wow, I think say is really going at it as he doesn't really seem to slow down and is going for his best option of flouter for 39 points within P.
I think that's a very good display of word power there. Flouter from a rack of FLAUTAP. I think that's a very nice, sighting there.
The current scores are 369 for Waving to Joseph's 373. Wow, it's funny how even after the big goals from Waving, Jose is still taking the lead and still firing on.
Yes, it's a very close game. We've had both players throw their jabs. Jose playing Tutenags and brother. It's been a wonderful game so far. However, I think the wrap over miss by Jose would have really changed the dynamics of this game. But still, we're having a bit of drama, a bit of neck to neck game right here on your screens. If you're just joining us, this is game 21 of the World Scrabble Championships happening in Accra, Ghana. And on your screens, we have the Singaporean Waving Tour going against the Nigerian Emmanuel Imujose.
All right, Rabin has a rank of IOVSOOK. I think if he's willing to play the S now, he could play Sook just underneath iodation for 30 points. Other option, if he's willing to make that move, is to play Book. That is hooking OOK to the B of cabin, which is in between Overhat and Kinder for 27 points with IOSB. What do you think you should do next?
I think he desperately wants to keep the S on the stone. The Kinder opening S to Kinders going to the left hand side of the board could score a boatload of points if he has the perfect style. So I'm sure he wants to retain the S to hook Kinders later and score, easily score over 30 points there. So right now, one of his best moves would definitely would be to play Book the B of cabin, as you mentioned earlier, but it's a bit sneaky, having to hook CON and COD on that spot. And I'm sure it's probably fixated on the O in iodation, looking, really pretty and just staring at the triple word lane and even the double word lane there. So we'll see him separate the OOK, and I have a feeling he has seen the book move.
Definitely. I mean, I have no doubt considering the caliber of players we have in this World Championship. We've seen them make absolutely insane move and they've been able to spot sneaky moves that you would expect them not to find. So we might be seeing come down just in between over Art and Kinder for 27 points.
Yes, we see Dexter in the chat saying he won the S for Hook for Sook. Personally, I would not. The S on this board would do some a lot of damage. So Hook seems pretty standard here. There are 6,000 on scene playing 3,000 now. There is no worry of Imujose maybe playing an out bingo, and it's going to be neck for neck as soon as the move is made. I think personally, you could be worried about the unseen X. With the right styles, it could be really damaging. Moves on this board if we just say has that. And as we can see, it does have the X. So I'm sure Waving is looking at the unseen pool, looking at the board, making sure it could, maybe block off an easy X spot for the opponent. But right now, I think he just needs to focus on uh, reducing his triplicated O's, and playing book would be the move here, if you ask me.
Definitely, I do think so. I think holding on to the X would also be to the S rather would also be a good option. Considering that is the last S of this game, so you might want to consider book because book does block the triple letter threat beside Kinder from X. So these are things that you should really consider.
Yes, indeed. We see him taking his time. And I think one thing I love about world class players is they can tell when they have a move that is most likely going to determine the game. Left to me, I would have played book thinking, there is nothing to worry about. And, it's just the game of Scrabble. You just keep playing. But he recognizes that this is a crucial move. And we see him eventually lock in the book move.
Okay, so that has been booked. Now book for 27 points from Wigan, and it's back to Jose. Current scores 396 for Wading to Jose 373.
All right, we see Emojis with PLEXU. I'm sure he's pretty happy about his styles right now on the X, scoring XU first. Could condition this board, and it scores quite well.
XU it is for 36 points. Now back to Rabin Vismino. Okay,
Now I'm sure he's slightly happy about the styles he has, but the last move from Umujose scoring 36 must be a bit damaging. But it could be a whole lot worse. And let's see what he makes of this turn.
Okay, I also like to point out how close these two players really are. So this is officially we are entering the end game and each moves matter very much. Now with this rag, I believe if he plays INO, if he adds it to the V of overact, just below iodation for 20 points, for 24 points actually, leaving MSP could guarantee a win. What do you think about that move?
Yes, I think right now to focus uh, maybe the S to Kinders is something specific on and we want to be there immediately. But right now, it's a very tricky ending from his POV. There is AEGILOOP, and any of those styles could be in the bag.
Definitely worth considering. I mean, who knows if he's willing to play that, does score 41 points. So he's probably going to cash in for the big score involved. And in fact, just played Venus for 41 leading IM.
Yes, we see the king of letters in the chat call that out. Renos Cooking Kinders for 41 points. Seems pretty solid. It takes him to 437 to Uju's 409. But I think with this end game now and Waving to picking I believe he finishes on this board no matter what.
Wow. What a game it has been. Considering this is rap of AEGILOP, even if it does play epilogue, which is top move or lovage for 35 points, just beside the Y of G coming down to the triple A, that doesn't still improve his chances of winning this one.
Yes, indeed. Waving's saving grace was the fact that MOI finishes no matter what on this board. So Epilogue would catch up to Waving, but but then we would finish off with MOI anywhere on the board. And it's been such an amazing game. We've seen a couple of misses and Bingo scoring well over 90 and 100 on this board.
Yeah, we did have a couple of misses as well, but both players have been able to bounce back beautifully in this game. Now the current score is 437 for Waving to Imi just says 407.
Yes, with this win, I believe Waving is going to maintain his position as first in the standings. We've seen absolutely amazing gameplay from him rather throughout this tournament. Jose has had an amazing run. I mentioned earlier he had a 9 game win streak, which in this field is not easy. But right now we are seeing the Singaporeans, slowing down a bit. In the last game he played Uluati and he lost, and right now he's losing to another Singaporean right here on stream.
Wow, that must be really terrifying for him. And in fact, winning this game again for Wavy would in fact keep him at the top spot again, once again, and increasing his wins to 16 and a half. Wow.
All right, Umujo says, tracking the dials, checking if really MOI would finish no matter what. And I'm sure he has recognized that and he has found his second best move of low age scoring 35 points. I'm sure Waving is going to waste no time, perhaps finishing with MOI hooking the T into teenagers. And, we call this game to an end. What an amazing game it has been. Well, I have to say, even seeing this low age, I think is pretty impressive from Jose.
Yeah, somebody did point out the missed wrap over cost Emmanuel the win.
Well, we could say the same about Waving if he lost his miss of invoked during the game. Be costly. I mean, it's Scrabble. It's very unpredictable. You miss the bingo. You play phony to end up winning the game.
But I must say, Rapova was well over 100 points. So that is something we should take into consideration as well. Because if he had played Rapova at that point, Gilly wouldn't have come down. And of course, it would have changed the entire dynamics of this game.
Yes, indeed. What an amazing game this has been. And very, very unpredictable. Right from the move of Cabin, you would not have guessed that there would be a 100 point bingo miss in this game, or him not saying embarked and so on. But what an amazing game this has been for we been playing Nerish, scoring 107 at that point and immediately coming down with iodation again to stay into the game.
An amazing game it is. I mean, I've seen a lot of bingos come down, some misses, and then bounce back from both players. And at the end, you can only have one winner. And for this one, it is Waving scoring 457, which Rinje says 444. I must say, Rinje say really fought on this one. I mean, despite the two bombs dropped by Waving, still could maintain about just a 10 points trailing, I guess. And at the end, Waving did win this round.
Yes, I was hoping to get a bit of more time from both players, but we can see Mo just walks off and he has to just shake off this loss, move on, check his misses, and call it the
I
game.
must say that must have really hurt, because he did have the chance to win this game, but unfortunately he didn't. All right, and with that, we wrapping up round 21. Make sure you stay tuned because we have about 3 to 4 more games coming up on your screen, so don't miss it. Thank you.
Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away.
Okay, welcome back, guys. This is the WESPAC main event, round 22, and I believe we are seeing familiar faces. This is Weibin once again, and Timmy Woko, Weibin of Singapore and Timmy Woko of Nigeria. Weibin has been holding it down, still maintaining first position, I believe, on the table, and second on the table we have Logan, and third we have Ashan. All right. So how about this one, Excel?
Oh, I'm excited to see this matchup. These two, in fact, played in round 9 here to Timmy Woko. It's been an interesting matchup so far. We've seen amazing games on the stream, and I'm curious to see who takes this game.
Definitely, I'm curious as well. So we can see the standings right on our screen, and you should follow up to see how it's going.
All right, Weibin going first. He has YAWEDUM to move.
Okay, you could play Hem AYED for 28 points, leaving Hem U. What other options do you see here, Excel?
I mean, if anything he plays starting from the double word score is going to expose a vowel next to the double letter score. So it's going to be a tricky start. I'm sure he's worried about like ZE or ZA or ZO plays there, but still he has to go for his highest point, and that is exactly what he has done.
Okay, we are not seeing Timmy's rack correctly, but I believe he's having REPISEZ.
Yeah, I would have that corrected in a bit. All right, I'm sure he's glad to see a spot for his Z. You know what I said just now, the ZE there scoring 45, leaving RIPS is a marvelous leave and a wonderful score to start this game.
Definitely very wonderful indeed. You could play Z for 45, leaving EIPRS, or you could extend it if he wants to and play ZEP for 51 points. So I believe we are seeing Z come down for 45 points.
All things being equal, I believe Weibin would be playing the first bingo of the game as soon as this move is
Okay,
completed.
sorry. I think Timmy did go for ZEP for 51 points.
All right. On Waving's rap, we see SADUMEN. He has options like Medusan available. Sudamen is also a 7-letter word available on the start.
Sudamen, Medusan, we might see any of that coming down from Waving. That would officially be the first bingo of this game.
Yeah, I think one of the most obvious spots would be to pluralize Zep, forming Zeps and playing Sudamen there or Medusan there. But there is a really nice overlap to the right hand side of Yod, forming YAAMWE and ZEN. Sudamen there scores 90 points, and that is by far his highest bingo to play on this board. And wow, he spots it and plays it.
Okay, we might be getting a bingo bongo here as Timmy should be able to respond with air bases through the S of Sudamen for 83 points as he has a rack of air base.
Yes, we see you, Enoch, in the chat. It's a bingo bango fiesta here. All right, Arabize is now available for Timmy Woko. I have a very, very good feeling he's not going to miss this bingo. We've seen both players on stream play sharp, play accurately, and play pretty fast. All right, we see Timmy Woko reconfirming the scores, making sure it's 90, and I bet we're going to see Timmy Woko on his bingo anytime soon. If you're just joining, this is game 22 of the World Scrabble Championships happening right here in Accra, Ghana.
So Timmy could play air bases or Arabizes. So we should be seeing any of those two come down for Timmy.
I think most likely air bases would be the move that avoids a hot spot for the X. Although it's still, I think either of these plays though would allow the X hot spot.
Definitely.
So all right, we see him go for Arabizes, I believe. Now the scores would be Wavings 122. All right, apologies for the break in transmission there. We are confirming the scores, and yes, it is Woko's 134 to Wabin's 122. Wasting no time, Wabin plays GUB to the right hand side of Sudamen, scoring 38 points, leaving NOVE. Back to Woko, we see FOOTANG.
So right underneath Arabizes, he could play oft for 33 points, leaving AGNO. If he wants to keep it short, he could play just OF for 30 points, leaving AGNOC.
All right, I think this is a pretty standard move here from his last play. The I in Arabizes exposes, a hot spot for the F. And now that he has it on his rack, OFT there would leave AGNO, which can be pretty strong. So I'm expecting to see either OFT or OF for this move, scoring 30 or 33 points with a relatively good leave. An interesting extension that I hope we might be seeing. Very, very unlikely though would be web foot, a sucker for words like that where you can extend from web to web foot or webisode or things like that. So web foot would be an interesting one, but I sincerely doubt would be seeing any play like that. And yes, it goes for OF and it plunks down the T2, scoring an additional 3 points on that turn.
OFT, pretty standard move, and that has been committed from Timmy Woko.
Back to Weibe now with a rack of EEOVNGH.
Now he could play Oven, HOVEN, with the N hooking the BO from Aramites and Oft for 27 points, leaving EG. Another option, if he doesn't want to expose the triple lane, would be to play Vego, VEGO, in the same spot for 21 points, leaving EHN. What do you think about that?
But I think playing HOV and opening up that triple is unnecessary at this point of the game. Vego scoring 21 points, leaving EHN seems pretty standard at this point, and the scores are pretty tight. He doesn't need to unnecessarily open up lanes for his opponents to cash in on such spots.
You might be considering Veg, I believe, in the same spot as I've seen him set aside Veg. He could play in the same spot for 20 points.
Oh yes, the leave of HEN and HONE rather are pretty close. It just depends on what he can make from his next move. All right, we're saying reconsidering things now. We see GOV arranged on his rack. Perhaps he wants to play that to the left hand side of ZEP, forming GEDOP. I think it's a confusing turn. There are lots of options. We've seen him consider Vego, we've seen him consider Gov, and it's just looking at the dynamics of the board, seeing how any of these plays changes the shape of the board. And I'm sure he's also concerned about his leave, wondering if HEEN is a better leave than HONE or even HEN if he opts for Vego. I'm curious to see if we'll be having any 6 points play or 6 style play rather, extending ED or rather ending with ED. It would not be a bingo, but I think it's a sport, worth considering or looking out for throughout this game. There are certain, tiles you could have that do not play bingo on the board, but playing a 8-letter word ending with the ed at the center of the board could score quite a number of points. And I'm curious to see if this scenario would play in this matchup.
Okay, he might be changing his mind with Vego, and Vego plays in the same spot, just beneath um, 21 points.
Yes, I know Weebin to be a player who takes his time and makes sure he's making a move. He has absolutely 100% confidence in. We've seen him on stream countless times during the start of the game. We see him assess, his leaves, the scores, the dynamics of the board before committing his move.
Definitely, being a such player who takes his time and makes sure he's making a top choice in every turn. All right, back to Timmy Woko. He could play Oka, but I see him dropping OK. OK plays for 28 points, but if he decides to play Oka, that would definitely go for 30. So I see he's adding the A for 30 points, leaving EGIN. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, I think that's pretty standard. INGA has some synergy to it. Leaving the A could mess up the rack if you pick extra vowels with that. So leave of INGA fits him well enough to maybe come down with the bingo to the V and then with ING.
Okay, Webin has duplicated E's and duplicated R's along with HN. Okay, what options do you see here for him?
I mean, right now with 3 R's, that must be quite a blow for him, but he can still squeeze out certain points on this board, as someone has suggested in the chat. Booker right now would score 24 points, leaving HENRR. And who knows, maybe gonorrhea, as someone has said, could come down later on the board from the GO in Vego. It would be an interesting turn of events if we see that. I'm here for it if we can see such things happen here on stream.
Yeah, definitely. I think he is considering Booker, but he's hesitated a bit and dropped back. The tiles. He could also play Jaeger, I believe. Through the YHG on the board, he could add the ER for 18 points. It does leave the same leave of EHNRR. So I believe he's going for Booker instead. Scores 6 more points, and that has been committed for 24. Now it's back to Woko with AENGIFA.
Yes, indeed. I think there was no play whatsoever in the last turn that could have used up 2 hours. And Booker scoring 24, still, retaining an E and an H. Perhaps he could come, back in his next turn and score a bit better than that. Back to Timmy, we have AAFIGEN. After his last play of OKA, I'm sure he was hoping to play, some bingos, but I'm sure he's glad he played the A when he played Oka in his last turn, because now we see him draw 2 more A's into his rack.
That must not be what he was expecting, but then you can't control what you do pick. So I see he is going for FEA. FAE.
All right, FAA in that spot scores 10, leaving AEING. Another option would have been to play FEAR to the R of Booker, but that would have set up an affair hook. And looking at the tiles left in the bag, it's likely the opponent might have it. So maybe that would have been a reckless setup, and instead it goes for FAE.
Let's take a look at Wabin's rack. I think he has three R's and then PEHN. Now, would you exchange it? I think that is exactly what he's doing.
Yes, the options here are absolutely brutal. Perhaps PERN to the ED extension I talked about earlier, but that would leave HRR and it scores way too little. So you might as well exchange, go into the bag, and hope for much better tiles.
And we still have the two S's on scene, the two blanks, so exchanging really gives him a better chance of picking any of that. So now back to Woko with GIAENI. Okay, this isn't exactly what Woko would be expecting, so his options are quite limited. What would you play here, Excel?
Well, I'm looking to, still retain the ing leave, hoping for a bingo down from the F, or if Waybain opens up somewhere on this board, I can, play an ing bingo or something. But right now, his options are really limited, and ANI Okinyagi would expose a hotspot for the S. So perhaps left to me, I would actually exchange on this turn, given my opponents just did the same. But we see him go for nip instead, opening up the left-hand side on the board. A 5-letter move played there would be devastating. We can see the X, Q, J still on scene, and a player would easily score in the 40s or 50s, depending on the tiles.
Right. Even after Waby's exchange is still running into a bit of a sticky situation, I presume, because now he has IAERION.
What an interesting turn of events. He was running into consonant trouble in the last two moves, and now he has way too many vowels.
Though he does set aside NORIA, so I think he wants to play right above NIP, and that costs 20 points, leaving EI.
Well, I have to say, I think Woko escaped such a play of NIP there, because a biggie from Waving in that turn would have scored a lot more. And him saying just Noria scoring 20 in the spot he just opened must be a bit of relief for Woko.
And in turn of events, we would be getting, or we might be getting, a bingo from Woko with retaping. In fact, is placing it down, retaping 4 points by TV Woko.
Hoping we would probably see a 9-timer, but the Y as the last style Waving picked would be, slowing him down from playing a 9-timer in that move.
And it looks like luck is indeed on Waby's turn, on Waby's rack, because he has a rack of YARISET. And if he plays through the P of the retaping played by Woko, he could play Asperity for 86 points. Wow.
Yes, it's now raining bingos. We saw a pretty high octane start with Sudamen and Arabizers coming down quickly earlier in the game, but then the players had to slow down, balance their tiles, and we see retaping coming down as the next bingo for Timmy Woko. And all things being equal, we should see Wabin play Asperity as soon as he spots it.
Definitely, I really do think Wabin is up to the task. I mean, I've seen a couple of what he has played that I've learned from. So I think Asperity being played on this board is not really of an issue for Wabin, because as a matter of fact, I see he's arranging Austerity.
I think he would soon spot the move. Currently, I know he's probably fixated on the G, staring at everyone in the and on the board for the 9-time ball. These are tiles that I'm sure Masters player like himself have read multiple times, and I'm sure he can deduce that none of these plays to the G, and we can see ASERITY arranged by Waybain spotting the Asperity, and we'll see if this comes down on the board.
Okay, and we are seeing Asperity come down from Wabin for 86 points.
Yeah, I think this leaves the board or even the game itself open to any but it's unpredictable at this point. Yes, Wabin does have about a 30 points lead, but as soon as Timmy Woko plays, he's going to catch up, and then they are going band for band, aura for aura.
So the current score after Asperity is Waving 3-1-1 to Woko's 286. Immediately, I see Woko going in for Xylol, and that scores 45 points, leaving IST.
The best thing about moves like this is not the score alone. 45 years is really good, but IST leave after that must be, amazing for Timmy Woko right now.
And I must say.
Yes, the scores 3-1-1 for Wabin, Woko's 331. Let's see what Wabin draws. All right, we see INCOTLV.
What do you think you should do here, Excel?
Well, the triple lane is still pretty much open. The A from Asperity, he could play maybe Vatic down there or Cavill scoring 30 points. And as soon as he plays that, once again, they are going to be going neck for neck.
Interesting. Vatic does score 30 points, leaving L and O. As well, we could play Cavill for 30 points, leaving N or T.
Yes, but taking a sneak peek into what Woko has drawn from the bar, we can see he is set to play a bingo by all means next turn. Most likely, maybe Slitia to through the air, or maybe there's somewhere else on this board I can't spot right now, but he's most likely going to play a bingo next turn. And wow, this game is getting tense.
It is really getting tense, and this is exactly what I'm here for.
Yes, with 29 on centals, we've seen 4 bingos played on this board, and we're about to see the 5th as soon as Wabin plays. Perhaps, Wabin plays a move that spurs Timmy's bingos at all possible points. Or let's see what it comes up with. But I think Cavill or Vatic through the A in Asperity is way too tempting, and he has to cash in on that spot as soon as possible.
Definitely, I do feel we are going to see either one of the two come down.
We know Wabin is not going to rush his move. I'm dead sure he has spotted Vatic or Cavill for 30 points, but he's going to take his time and assess the board as he always does. And I think it's really working out for him. He's stopping the standings, and if this is his style, his play, to squeeze out every second of the game and take his time on every move, then I have to say it really is working for him.
Definitely, could say the same. It's interesting. In a span of about 3 seconds, he did set up the CV high hell and he did set up VTIC, both inferring that he either wants to play Cavill or Vatic.
Yes, he has spotted both moves. The only question here is, do you want a leave of NOT or a leave of LON? I'm sure he's going to look into the unseen pools. Look at how many tiles are left, how many L's, how many N's, how many T's, and from that, he's going to make his inference on what to play on this turn.
Definitely, those little details are what really goes a long way in this game of Scrabble.
All right, we see Pelumi in the chat. I'm sure he's a Nigerian rooting for Woko to win. I mean, Woko has been really impressive ever since he was playing in the last chance qualifier to feature in the main event. But that takes away nothing from Wabin to one of the world-class players right now in Scrabble. And we can see him, proving his mettle on the board and in this tournament. Yes, Cavill comes down for 30 points, leaving NOT. I'm curious to see how quickly Timmy Woko plays his bingo next turn.
Just like you said earlier, Slitia can come down from Woko for 59 points. He could twist it a little bit and play Stiltia for 59 points.
All right, it's interesting to see Woko taking his time. I wouldn't say he's too fast a player or too slow a player, but I mean, right now the only 2 bingo options are Slitia and Stiltia. Just dotting his eyes, crossing his T's, making sure this is the only bingos available for him.
Okay, he has gone for Stiltia for 59 points. Now it's back to waving with a rack of IOTNOEE. Oof. That looks almost synergic, but then it's not enough to bingo. And since you're all one pointers, not much damage can be done on this turn for waving.
Yes, indeed, the scores are Woko's 390 to Wabin's 40. Let's see what he comes up with on this turn.
As a matter of fact, I think I see the first blank on. Oh wow, the two blanks on Timmy's rock. Wow. Okay.
All right, back to Wabin, Eeinoot. We see him taking his time. I'm sure he's worried about the openings on the board. Not worried per se, but thinking if in Timmy's next move he obstructs the R, the E, then where is he going to bingo on this board? So he has vowel troubles right now, but at the same time, I'm thinking he's hoping to open up the board somewhere else. And after his 7 points, after 7 tiles play rather from Timmy Woko, I'm sure he has a feeling that either of the blanks would be on Timmy's rack right now. But with us in the commentary booth and you guys on the stream, we can see live that Timmy Woko has indeed found both blanks.
He could be looking to play through the A of retaping, and from the C of carving, we could play quartz, I believe, or coats with the E for 22 points, leaving EIN whole. Other options might be to play Tuni above Slitya. What do you think about those moves?
I think any move here would either score very little and not leave good enough tiles. But Tuni laying out 6 tiles, hoping to pick one of the blanks would be something worth considering. The only drawback, or perhaps the most important drawback there, is exposing the E triple triple, and it could come back really really ugly for him. I see someone in the chat suggest EXO. And I think these are one of the moves that you might not find as really appealing, but right now EXO would in fact open another 7 bingo lane on the board and still leave the R and E floating for bingo. So I think that is something worth considering. He plays out 2 of his vowels, and with a really good draw, who knows, he might bingo on his next turn.
Definitely, definitely. From his own point of view, he might want to play out more tiles in hopes to pick up the blanks as unseen but unknowns to him, which we know it's on Woko's rack, and also fish for other tiles.
All right, we apologize for a brief break in transmission there. Our technical team is definitely working on it right now. All right, we are back and we see Exine was played by Webin in the last move, and we are seeing Timmy Woko rather going for his move of WHOM. All right, one thing about this move is it only takes the back hook P, and as we can see from the taupo, there are no P's left on this turn. Back to Webinto, I'm sure he's glad to see the QU combination and is hoping to do some damage with that on this board. The scores are 367 to Woko's 419, about 50 points deficit. Can he get back into this game with the tau combination he has currently? Personally, I feel, in fact, I'm sure many of you would agree with me that Woko is most likely picked to, win this game with the two blanks. It is a hell of an assist because two blanks on this board, a bingo is definitely most likely to come down. We see you in the chat. Hello to YouTube. You can tell us where you're watching from and ask any questions you want about the tournament. All the players will be here to answer you.
All right, so for this turn, with a rank of QUNDOTO. Now, his options here might be to play key with the Q hooking the high of Stiltia for 31 points. Also, through the O of Noria, it could play chord, I believe, for 37 points. What do you think he should do here, Excel?
I mean, it's his chances go dimmer and dimmer by every move. But right now, letting go of the Q might be something worth considering, or maybe just maybe holding on to it for maybe an out bingo containing the Q, or maybe a 70 points move somewhere. But right now, I really can't see any of that available for Waving. And the most excruciating thing for him is I'm sure he's hopeful that at least one of the blanks have to be in the bag. But from our perspective, we can see Timmy Woko has both, and it would be a miracle right now for Wabin to try and navigate a win out of this.
Definitely. Although we can't see the timer right now, but Waving is taking his time as usual on this one.
And we can see from Woko's rack, he is most likely going to bingo next turn, almost regardless of what Wabin plays next. The M is sitting pretty for words like Dosima for the next turn. Even the O, we have the color playing on that spot. And the 7-letter word bingo lodged plays really nicely above the I, N, and E in Exine, scoring 72 points.
Is it too early to say this might just be Woko's game?
Well, it's Scrabble, anything can happen. Who knows? We might see a phony from Woko and it would change this game completely. We've seen a couple of phonies with two blanks on a player's rack.
Yeah, I mean, we did see a Cosmic come down earlier on, I think yesterday, the day two of this event. So having the two blank does can affect your decision making.
Yes, indeed. But let's see what happens if there would be any drama unfolding as this game commences. All right, we've seen QI come down for Wabin, scoring 31 points. The scores are Wabin's 398 to Woko's 419. Now we'll see if a bingo comes down for Woko. Yes, I see in the chat an e-draw for Wabin would have made things interesting as he would have outdone perhaps to play out and by that time, Jay would have been left on Woko's rack as soon as he plays a bingo. So I think that would have made things interesting, truly, but we don't see that sequence of events play out.
All right, so we might be seeing the color or Dulcimer, I believe, come down from Woko or even Lodged. I mean, he has about a bunch of options to choose from. So, but he could play the color through the all of one.
Yes, indeed. As much as we know Woko to be an excellent player, and right now I think his chances of playing a Funi are 0 to none. Still, there is in fact still that chance that a Funi can be played. Who knows? In my time playing Scrabble, there are times that I would arrange a bingo and think I'm arranging like the exact thing in my head, but well, we see a bingo eventually coming down. I think it's the color come down for Timmy Woko, and with that move, I think he's definitely got this game in the bag.
The color it is for 78 points. Wow, I think it's also interesting to mention that Wabin is currently on 41 seconds to Timmy's 11 minutes.
The pressure is high, and we would see him make his move as quickly as possible. I'm sure he's a bit, heartbroken to see both blanks come down and an easy bingo for Timmy Woko to most likely win this game.
Definitely, time pressure might affect some decisions here. He would have to make his move very fast. Some of his options might be to play on Oud, I believe, from his rack, with the O hooking the D of the color and the D hooking the E of the color as well. That's cost 31 points. What other options do you see for him?
Yeah, I think on Hood has to be the move here, or he could play through the now opened E for HEN, the scoring 33. But I think we're seeing a bit of technical issues right now, or perhaps a towel missing or something. I'm sure the director on ground or the technical team on ground will have that sorted in a bit. Personally, I'm curious to see who would have played out if Wabin had the Tono outdone right after this move. All right, after proper analysis, Duotone or outdone could have won way this game. Yes, it would have kept things interesting because Woko would have drawn HJ, and after you do the math, Woko would win that game with 497 to Wabin 494. But we are not seeing that scenario play out as Wabin has NHOODT on the stone to play. I can see they're still trying to sort out the issue there, and I'm sure as soon as the tournament director or the technical team, have intervened, we'll have that sorted in a bit. Thanks for your patience. Once again, this is round 22 of the World Scrabble Championships happening here in Accra, Ghana. On your screens, we have Weibito, who is currently leading the standings, going against Timmy Woko. But unfortunately, he's going to most likely drop this game, and Woko is going to inch closer to winning or being on top of the standings. All right, Hussein, all has been sorted. The color was the move, and it's back to waving with UDNTOOH with less than 39 seconds on his clock, ready to make a move.
I think he is in fact going for end, I believe, for 33 points, and that has been committed. Now with just JE left on Timmy's rack, he could easily finish just through the O of Noria by playing Joe for 12 points, and even through the O of the color, it could play Joe for 11 points. Either ways, it gets to finish and bring this game to an end.
Yes, indeed. Playing QI when it was Wavingstone, leaving OOUTDN would have given him, some chance in this game. With the E draw, as someone pointed in the chat, duotone or outdone was possible during that turn, but unfortunately he misses that, and it would not have been enough either ways, and we see the color come down.
Right, so that brings us to the end of round 22, crowning Woko the winner of this one with a score of 517 to Wabin's 431. Okay, we'll switch over to the overhead mic now, and we'll call it. We'll see you soon.
Wait, what?
submit. Yeah.
I'm taking that. If you have a choice, I can drop but only because we haven't seen the stage. And that's I'll just drop it.
Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest herds from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest herds from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest herds from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest herds from far away.
All right, and we're back. This is round 23 of the WESPAC main event happening here live in Accra, Ghana. Looks like we're going to be having Stuart with Hilton and Roland Boyk on stream, Boyke on stream today. Without further ado, let's get into it. Looks like Stuart's opening rack is INXISUN. Of course, here in the commentary booth with me, I have Moshope Muiwa, or Excel, as many of you know him.
All right, it's nice to be back here. Currently in the standings, Boyai Roland is 13th and Hilton Stewart is 16th. They are both on 14 wins and 8 losses.
All right. Looks like Stewart played Knicks. Knicks 20 points. All right, JOBEDRF looks like we'll be seeing JOBE or JOBED comes down. JOBE scores 32, JOBED scores 34. Looks like we'll be seeing JOBED come down instead for 34 points.
Yes, indeed. And if the O in Job was well placed for Stewart, he would have come down with words like outshine in his next turn, but currently there would be no bingos available for him as it is Stewart's turn to play.
All right, EHINTUS. That's the rack for Stewart, and it would be looking to do something like HI, leaving ENSTU.
Yes, I hooking HEX and ID looks very standard here, scoring 25 points. And the leave seems pretty synergic, and there is the hook to ON, perhaps for ONE or ONS for a straight bingo on that lane. And the board seems pretty open. I would see if after that move he would be able to bingo on his next turn. We still see him racking his styles. Perhaps he's wondering if he has a 9-letter word rather. The ON looks pretty tempting for a bingo. The BI too could look promising for a bingo, but currently he has none available for him.
Yes, indeed. We saw Stuart on stream yesterday where he played this game against We Win, and he won that game. Beautiful play from him. I'm excited to see what this game holds. I'm excited to see amazing play from him. I think this is first time we're having Roland on stream. I also would like to see, what and what he would be able to do.
Yes, indeed. Roland Boyai from Liberia is a player we haven't quite seen on stream yet, but he's doing really well. Currently 13th in the standings, and I'm sure we'll get to see why and how he got there with his marvelous plays on this matchup. A quick update on the standings: Adam Logan rather. Tops the standing right now and we have Wei Binto from Singapore currently in second. I would say Ashan, very, very steady and has been in the top 5 throughout this tournament. We also see Katri Wasim in third position and Nigel Richards too, very, very close behind.
All right, looks like he has HIN set aside. Maybe he's looking to extend it even further. HIN scores just 1 point more than HI.
Yeah, I guess I understand the appeal to that move. It opens up another spot, for a bingo underneath HIN, maybe looking HINT or HINS in his next turn. So I understand he's trying to open up the board as much as he can, and it's back to Roland.
Yes, looks like he could do Faro with his rack Faro for 35, leaving his skew, and would hope to pick one of the remaining three U's, as one is already on Stewart's rack, one of the remaining three U's from the bag, or the letter I, maybe he could play QI somewhere on the board. But yes, looks like he has Faro to play for 35 points. What do you think about that?
Yes, right before Stewart made his move, there were no obvious spots for Faro on this board. But after the move of HIN, Faro looks pretty solid on that lane, scoring 35 and retaining the queue. That gives him the chance to, pick any of the U's left in the tile bag. None has in fact been played yet on the ball. You can see that two of those U's have found its way to Stewart's rack.
Yes, I think he might be looking to do Faro here, as he has it set aside already on his rack.
Yes, and I think after the move of Faro, we might be seeing the first bingo of the game from Stewart. He has sutured lined up on his rack. That plays to ONE and PID. And if Faro is played, the O would also give him out deals. So I'm guessing we'll be seeing the first bingo of the game anytime soon. We see Roland taking his time. Why do you think that is?
He might be a little bit cautious about, the triple letter score that would be exposed when he plays Faro. The X would come there, play something like EX, and maybe he's also concerned about putting the W on the triple lane.
Yes, indeed. We see someone in the chat point out if in wasn't played, then WAC would have been possible on that lane. That is quite true, leaving ORR. But right now, I believe Faro has to be the move. The only moves that come close are things like Frown to the end of him scoring 22 points, leaving QAR. We see him eventually go for the Faro move, leaving the Q. It's back to Stewart now with sutured lined up on his rack. So do you think he'll be going for sutured or outdeals?
Most definitely. Sutured scores 70, outdeals scores 7 points less, 63. And it gives a easy play right under it. So I think sutured is the optimal choice here.
Yes, and you see he's lined that up and he's locking it in for 70 points. I'm sure he's relieved to see that he could bingo even with two U's on his rack. Most players that are inexperienced would beat themselves up thinking, I have two U's, it would be so difficult to bingo on that turn. But we can see Stewart has rightfully found the bingo available for him, and Shuchard has come down.
Looks like Roland is running into a bit of tough luck here, because after his play of Faro, he went into the bag to draw VVNYTI. I think he must be relieved that he was able to draw at least one vowel, because now he has 40 points for him. QIN right next to sutured, leaving TVVY. What do you think, Oshope?
I'm sure he's a bit, beating himself up about the pick, leaving Q on his last move and picking INVVYT. Two V's, definitely not something he's happy to see. But luckily he has QIN for 40. It leaves, something horrendous, but at least he's scoring 40 points on this turn and catching up with Stewart in the next move.
Indeed. I think if he plays QIN, it's not that bad of an option, because right now the scores are 116 for Stewart and 69 for Roland. So after he plays QIN, if he does play QIN, that's 40 points added to his current score, which would take him to 109, and that has sort of closed up the margin, and he would go into the bag hoping to pick, more vowels and maybe even one of the blanks, as we've not seen any.
Yeah, but I think he's just worried about the W and the O opening, thinking after he plays his king, then Stewart is most likely to cash in on those spots and score very well.
Indeed, but I think it's going to go for QIN. All right, QIN, it is 40 points. Like I said, 40 points is really a lot to pass upon.
Yep. With VVTY, you can only hope for really, really great draws with that. Back to Stewart with ADLOORS. I bet it's going to take some time on this turn, look through the board. Once again, players on this level are not just looking for 7-letter bingos or 8-letter bingos. Even 9-letter bingos are in their radar. So the IS on the board, the NU, I'm pretty sure Stewart would take a second at least to look through there, hoping he's not missing a bingo. All right, I'm saying a bit more strategic ties for Roland as he picks YAVDVET. At least I'm sure he's a bit happy about that pick and most likely would not be exchanging next turn. We can see Stewart still taking his time on this move, wondering what he could play. What options are available for him on this turn?
Oof, I think he could do something like wood, WOOD, that scores 24, or wood, WOOLD, that scores 3 points more, 27, leaving ARS. Do you think he would want to, play wood because of, the triple letter score here? Like imagine, your opponent has the C, you could play something like COZ, or yes, do you think he would want to do that? Or do you think he shouldn't be as worried playing wood or wood?
I understand the fear of the WOOLD move. In fact, it's not just the Z that is a threat at that spot. Other letters or other high scoring tiles could, be played there and score in the 50s easily. But right now, there really isn't much you can do on this board. But I'm saying one stellar play if he wants to avoid that opening by all means. ROOD plays to the left hand side of Faro beautifully, forming RANOROR and DO. There's also DOL in the same spot. So I'm thinking maybe it's considering that move. We can see him lining it up right now, and there he goes.
Well, it looks like ROOD is going to be the move here. There's still the threat of the letter X or other high scoring tiles in that place. All right, looks like Roland, after his former leave of TVVY, has found ADE in the back, two vowels alongside the letter D.
Yes, indeed. This at least has a lot more synergy than the QINVVTY combination he had before. And on this turn, thankfully, as Stewart left the W open for Roland, he can now play was like WAVY scoring 13. And the best part is he leaves a vowel on that turn because he will be left with DETV. And I think that's a pretty good way to navigate his way around the duplicated V's he has. I know keep really good tiles. The same set aside VAV. I'm curious to where that plays.
To the left hand side of ROOD, could do VAV there, forming VOR and ADO. Maybe it's really keen on getting rid of the two V's, but I think Wavy scores pretty well.
Yes, indeed, and it sort of disturbs the X factor there, where EX forming ORE and DOX would be a problem, and with Wavy there, it's going to be a lot harder to cash in on that spot. So I think Wavy should be the move we see on this turn.
Yeah, he must be deliberating Wavy or VAV, which is better, which be able to.
Yeah, you are seeing a really weird shape of the board right now. You can see the only bingo that has come down so far is sutured, and the floaters were closed down immediately with a move like QIN. And now we are seeing Wavy. It opens up a bit, the bottom of the board is, open down for maybe a vowel atop the Y or an M there or a K, but the board is not as open as some players would have, preferred to see.
Yes, indeed. All right. Moving on to Stewart, he has AAWOL and two S's. Wow. Out of the three S's left. He has two on his rank already. Looks like he could, take advantage of this triple letter spot that has been open for quite a while now to play AWA. What do you think?
Yeah, I think most of the action we are seeing in this game still remains in the bottom left corner of the board. We've seen Faro, Rude, and Wavy come down around the same spot. And yet again, on this turn, one of Stewart's best moves would be to plunk down W forming DOW and AWA also forming ORA on that spot. So let's see what he comes up with. And I think the rack leave is, pretty good. ALOSS. And on this board, you still have the BID open for maybe the beats hook. And let's see what he comes up with.
Yes, again, if you're just joining us, this is the WESPAC main event happening here in Accra, Ghana. This is round 23. We've had 6 exciting rounds of Scrabble already. This is the seventh game of the day. We still have 11 more games to go before the final to go into a head-to-head battle to become the world champion.
One really interesting play I have on my radar right now would be STAW through the T in suture. The thing with that move is STAW takes only the back hook S, and you can see if he plays that move, he's going to be left with an S on his rack to cash in on that spot. That scores 22 points. Do you think it's a risk worth taking?
I mean, if he wants to, play on the edge, then STW is not that bad of an option, especially because he has one of the final 2 S's. And I mean, what are the odds that your opponent has the other S? Although the only issue would be that 2 blanks are also at large, and your opponent coming down with not just an S or one of the blanks, but to play a bingo, that would be quite a lot.
True, but we see him go somewhere else entirely, playing LAW, hooking LOR, and ADO. That scored pretty decently in the previous turn. And now we see Roland with an unplayable bingo of Deviate. And quickly, wasting no time, he plunks down VAW on that turn. And I think his rack leave is pretty solid. What do you think?
Yes, indeed. I think that's pretty solid. EEITD. This set of tiles, if you pick the right tiles to go with it, they are quite synergic, and we might be seeing bingo come down next turn. Looks like Stewart has AOSSYOP. Interesting move of stoop for 30 points, keeping ASY, or maybe a stoop that scores 2 points more than the former play of stoop and leaves SY. Which of these would you be going for, why?
I mean, ASY or the SY leave is pretty close if you ask me. But I'm the kind of player who, at the start of the game, I love to play out as much tiles as I can, and I think that A could be all the difference to pick the blank in the bag, or a really juicy tile left. So I can see he has lined up stoop, and that seems still solid to me. It gives him 4 chances to pick, the blank left in the bag.
Indeed. 2 blanks on the same as well as the Z. We can see the K on Roland's rack, and looks like he has EKED set aside already.
One interesting trend I'm seeing right now is there are a lot of E's left on the board, right? In the bag rather. See Roland with 3 E's, and before his turn now, only 2 E's have been played on this board. That is very interesting if you ask me. It's rare to see that the game would have gone this far out and E's would not have been played, but the only times we've seen them played is sutured and the A in joked.
Indeed. Looks like the E's might be very useful later in the game. It's like the first blank has found its way to Stewart's rack, and it looks like Roland would be doing UKE.
I think that's an interesting choice. He's trying to keep the board as tight as possible and also leave the best leave he can. One of his top moves will probably be KATE on that turn, but we see him deviating now going for KED, leaving EEIT. But I think if he recognizes the imbalance in tiles in the tile bag, I think he would be tempted to play out two E's, but it sticks with his decision and he has gone for KED.
Would most likely be seeing a bingo come down, AGIOSY blank, Isogami right next to the newly just opened KED spot, scores 79, although he has 83 points playing over Wavy OUGIYAS.
Yeah, that is one bingo that has scarred me for life. OUGIYAS is something I've misplayed many times, mistaken, maybe if it is OGUIYAS and the likes, but we see him going for Isogami, which is much safer. And, if it's a word is sure of, it's much better to play a word that you're confident in than something you're unsure of. So Isogami comes down for a sizable amount of scores, and we see a hold. I believe Roland is trying to confirm if this is a word he is sure of.
Interesting, very interesting. Roland, on the other hand, has MEGAITE, and it looks like he could cash in 41 points if he decides to play Image, AIMMYA, but we'll see what happens after the hold. Would we be seeing a challenge? Would he let it go? Yes, he really needs to think hard whether or not he has seen Isogami before, whether it's a word he's familiar with. Also, for those of you watching, Isogami takes the front hook of the letter M, Mysogami. Yes, so we might be seeing that come down.
Yes, there is still one M on scene, and it in fact is on Roland's rack right now. So would we be seeing... Okay, there is an M on Roland's rack and also in the tile bag. Fine, we are seeing a challenge that's going to be an additional 5 points for Stewart. Oh, interesting.
Looks like KEDS is what was challenged. And
That
not
is
interesting.
Well, I guess it happens. There are, oversights sometimes, thinking, oh, is this one of the three-letter blockers that are there? But, just to be 100% sure, it's just 5 points, and he wants to make sure that KDS is in fact valid and the phony is not staying on the board.
Exactly. Especially when you would not want any mistakes to cost you the game. If after the game KDS is not valid, then it would beat itself up. Why did I not challenge as soon as I doubted it? So yes, I think clearing your doubt is very necessary, especially when 5 points is really not a lot to give.
I'm curious to see if we would see an F draw from Stewards, because the I in Isogami looks, very juicy for an F to sit down on that spot, playing up to the triple lane. That would score a boatload of points, and let's see what he turns out on his turn. Meanwhile, it is still Roland's move, and as we've mentioned, one of his top choices would be Image, scoring a whopping 41 points. But I'm sure he's going to take his time and perhaps look through if he's not missing out on a bingo. One more time, I have to say the IS is a floater. There are a lot of words ending with ism, so I think that might be what's considering here, and we can see him taking the time on this turn.
Yes, indeed. He has the M placed. Would he be playing Image?
Right, maybe he assumed OT would have played there for time, but we can see him taking it back and reassessing that position. I was saying considering MIG or shorter plays there, but I think the reason why he's missing this is it is not locking in on the MM hook in Isogami. He's focused on maybe a vowel consonant or consonant play there, but the would give him access to play image on that spot for 41 points.
Actually, current scores 269, 207. Playing for the 1 point will take him much more closer to Stewart. And can we note that the two bingos we have on the board were both played by Stewart, and yet he's not that far ahead in the game, which means that Roland is doing really wonderful in this game. Yes.
All right, we see him still taking his time. I think he has a feeling that that can be his top move on this play, but unfortunately, he's still committed. MIG is the move from Roland, and it does scores well. 34 points is no joke. It's only 8 points behind 42.
Yes, I would be seeing Gotti come down immediately. Gotti for 28 points. Again, the Z is yet to be unseen, and it's juicy spot on the the double word score right next to the E of Gotti is there. We've not seen the E yet. We've not seen the Z yet, as it's still in the bag.
All right, Gotti has come down, leaving the A, and back to Roland. We see TEINAT. I believe this plays a 7-letter bingo of Tainite and the newly added 10-8. Would we be seeing that come down on this turn?
Looks like not, as the board is now kind of constricted for a bingo to land, and yes, we would not be seeing a bingo this turn.
Move that must be crushing right now for Roland, who trails by about 60 points and is hoping to have played a bingo to catch up. But right now, none is available. Fine, there is the E floats in Gotti, but aside that, there really isn't a lot of openings on the board. There is still the run hook for B, C, or G there, but it's going to be really tough for Roland to sort himself from this dilemma.
Quite indeed. 302, 241. Looks like he's ahead. And playing a bingo now would get Roland back in the game and even closer to fight till the end. One blank yet to be seen. Looks like it's somewhere in the bag alongside the Z. We have about 24 tiles left. And yes, it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, I'm still curious to the hook to run. It would be most likely to play maybe an ING bingo forming grand there, but we can see that all the G's have been played in this game. The only other hope would be playing something ending with C to play cran. But IC bingos are common, but still a bit hard to find, and we can see Roland is even nowhere near such bingo. So I'm curious to see what he can do in this game. I'm sure he's hoping that, okay, maybe the cran or the ease in Gotti would yield the bingo for him, but there really isn't anywhere else he can play on this board that will not shut down the E well enough.
Yes. I think if he does something as simple as TAE right next to, Gotti, he leaves him with EINT. And if he's lucky enough to pick the blank, he might just play an ING bingo, just like you pointed out to the left-hand side of Ran.
Or if he picks the S in the bag, perhaps he could realize Gotti's and land a bingo on that spot. So let's see what happens for Roland. You can see he's taking his time. And once again, I've mentioned this on stream. This the most crucial point in the game for them. And I believe this move is going to be what determines what happens henceforth for Roland. He recognizes that he needs not to rush this move. He has an unplayable bingo, but right now he's looking at the board, looking at how he can open it up and still score enough points that doesn't shut down the board for bingos eventually.
Yes, I think TAE would be perfect right now, but I think I'm going to do something quite different. No? All right, yes. TIE. I mean, we still have 3 E's, and one of them, one of them is already on Stewart's rack, which means two E's that come from the bag alongside the blank. So, it's still very possible for us to see an ING bingo.
Yes, and one thing about this last move of TIE is in some scenarios, a bingo could still fit to the left hand side of TIE, perhaps hooking, staying, and then the rest of the tiles, would fit very neatly there. So I think the board is closed but can still be open depending on the exact tiles the both players have.
True, true, true. All right. Stewart is to move down with ABFINPT. Looks like he has a whooping 42 points waiting for him. Just like you said, he has managed to find the F and he could play NAI to the right hand side of Isogamy, hooking the letter I, forming IF. That scores 42 points, leaving him with BPT. I really don't think you should be that worried about the league as we have a lot of E's to come. We have 4 A's in the back, 2 A's and 2 U's. So yes, Nave 42 points, really a lot.
A very sharp observation there. Knife for 42 points, leaving BPT, and he's still likely to pick a vowel when it goes into the bag. And I think scoring as much as he can right now is best.
Yes, indeed. Looks like Roland has managed to find the Z. I'm pretty sure he could cash in a few points with that as soon as it's his turn to play.
All right, we can see Stewart lining up NAIF for 42 points. The leave of BPT might be a bit worrisome, but once again, with the tiles on saying, I think it's good to go.
Yes, indeed. And looks like TZAR might just come down to the left-hand side of TIE, forming TIT and ZEE. That scores a whooping 44 points. Really for place do you think it should go for?
Well, it's still going to be a tough one regardless of what he plays. The board is getting closed up and choked up by every play. And right now, I think standard, you're hoping to pick the S and maybe come back and, play something underneath there. But regardless of what you choose on this turn, it's going to be pretty difficult. I think this are one of the chances for him to come up with something so weird and that might actually work out for him at the end of the game, because right now Caesar is more or less like you're throwing in and saying I'm blocking the Goatee's hook, and the spot that was open next to TIE now is closed, and you're just hoping for maybe a miraculous IC and then bingo to hook Cran.
Yes. And yeah, in as much as that's very valid, we still have the IS, and we could see you can see that we have quite a number of E's outside, so we could see a 9-letter ISE bingo, or the blank is still unseen. There's the ING bingo next to, or the IC bingo, like you pointed out. So yes, I think a bingo would still fit on this board. TZAR is a move that was made by Roland, and that scored 44 points. Yes, 44 points.
All right, it's back to Stewart now with TUMP One of his highest scoring plays would be UMBO to the O in Stub. It's a sneaky find there. The easy hook and the NUB totaling all that, it's going to be 30 points, leaving LPRT. And once again, if I were in Stewart's shoes, I would be pretty confident in using my only vowel right now, because from his perspective, there are still a bunch of E's to be picked in the bag, an A on saying, and 2 I's, even a U still on saying. So Umbo for 30 points seems pretty standard, but to make things interesting, up wrist through the IS of on the top of the board would be pretty interesting to maybe to the point you made the other time about an ISC bingo possible there. So a priest would completely shut down that spot. What do you think?
Yes, indeed. I think Umbo would also, do the same. Although Umbo still gives probability of an ISM bingo. Yes, so looks like he's opting for Roomba instead. Roomba scores 18 and it, takes out the threat of the ISE bingo.
True, true, true. We see Roland now with CHIEEEN, and I'm not sure if this is his poker face or this is his expression throughout the game, whether he's winning or losing. But right now, I can see a bit of worry. I can see he's not so pleased with how the game is going or how the board is shaped. But I mean, it's the game. It is what it is. You just have to keep scheming and let's see what he can do on the start.
Well, it looks like this game is now tilting in Stewart's direction as he has managed to find the blank, the final blank of this game. Oof.
Yes, I think there is still a very, very slim chance that maybe Roland could win this game. He does have the C to hook Cran and he has the I along with that, maybe an IC ending bingo. But right now, it's going to be really difficult. One thing he needs to take note of is as much as you're scheming for a bingo, it doesn't afford you the chance to say you're only going to score about 5 points, balancing and waiting for a miraculous bingo win. Meanwhile, your opponents could be scoring 30s every move and outscoring you eventually, even if your bingo does come down.
Yes, yes, indeed. We have 11 tiles left in the bag, and at this point, looks like Stewart might have the upper hand.
Yes, so one of his standard moves right now would probably be to play EE beneath the K and E in Ket from an OKE and PEE for 14 points. That still leaves the IC combination for a miraculous draw to Oak Cran. But right now, with us seeing the blank on Stewart's rack, I think it is nearly over.
Very interesting game, I must say. And I must commend Roland. He fought very hard in this game. He wasn't able to play any bingos yet. The scores are 362 for Stewart and Roland 303. So yes, the scores are pretty close. I mean, it took some powerful scores. Job was 34, Faro was 35, QIN was 40, Wadu was 39, KED was 32, MIG, when they could have played eBay, I think you did really well. It's just that the tiles, did not come when he needed them.
Yes, this has been quite the game. Stewart coming in with two bingos, but Roland just taking his 30s, 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 staying into the game. All right, we see EH eventually come down on this turn.
All right, just waiting for him to, make that decision. He has it on the board already. And yes, waiting for him because we can see that he is taking back and he's still shuffling his styles. Maybe he doesn't want to do that. Maybe one is looking to do something a bit different.
Yeah, I think it's torn between playing EE or EH on that spot. But the thing with playing EE and leaving CHINE, most likely, as we can see on this board, there that's why EH is eventually playing Roland would get confirmation in a bit.
All right, apologies for that little glitch. Looks like E was played instead of EH. Well, AELNPT. Pant leg looks like the only landing bingo for Stewart on this board. And then, if he's able to spot that well, I think it's as good as gone. It's as good as gone as he would, claim the win in this game. Pant leg for 63 points. And yes, that would be the killer.
Yes, indeed. But I think it's a bit tricky to find that play. Normally, when you have this combination of tiles, you would think of planets or plantar or things like that. But thinking to the G to play pant leg, hooking gran might be a bit tricky. But let's see what happens. Perhaps Stewart has, spotted this move and is just looking through the tiles in the bag and making sure there are no give backs after this move.
Yes, indeed, you would expect a player of, Stewart's caliber to find pant leg in a jiffy. I think I've seen him on in his game that we saw on stream. I think he's this sort of player that doesn't, need to rack before he's able to visualize his words. So we do not need him to arrange pant leg on his rack to know if he has seen it, because he could have seen it and he's just, trying to think and assess everything mentally. A quick time check. We have 6 minutes on Stewart's clock and about a little over 3 minutes for Roland. All right, looks like Roland is doing a towel check. I think we should have 7 towels in the bag.
All right, but in any case, he's not seeing the bingo. I think he would still be really worried about the IC bingo coming down to Cran, or if Roland has the S to hook teasers scoring really well in that spot. So in any case, if he's not seeing the bingo, I think he would be really worried or confused right now as to how to go about this game. If you're just joining us, this is the 23rd round of the main event, WESPAC 2025. On your screens, you see Stuart Houghton going against Roland from Liberia.
All right, 362, 317, score check. Stewart's in the lead. Pant leg would be the play that would, just give him an automatic win.
But in any case, he doesn't spot the bingo. I think a move of SPEAL, okay, teasers down at the right bottom corner of the board, scoring 40 points, would still pretty much seal the win for him. 40 points plus his 362 would take him to over 500, and that would give him a 90 points lead thereabouts. And even if Roland bingos ending with IC, working the crown, he won't score well enough, and he would still have one more chance to, play in this game and cancel out that bingo. So we see him going for that idea.
Spent is what is going for, keeping AL, and that move has been made. All right, looks like it's Roland's turn to move. I really do not think that there's any winning this game. I think he fought very hard, but looks like this was not his game. All right, 2 minutes, a little above 2 minutes for Roland, and yes, he's taking his time to, I think, track and see what he can do. Although he's down by about 85 points, and a bingo is what he would need to get back into the game.
All right, we see him make his move of HUN. We can see he is still scheming for that IC bingo, and I think it's a really reasonable move. Still trying to squeeze out a win or perhaps reduce the spread for this game. Back to Stuart Hilton, we have ELLAECL. Now he has the C, perhaps to close down that spot, or let's see what he comes up with on this turn.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Really curious to see what he would play on this turn.
Yeah, but with that spread he has, and now he has full information on Roland Seven Tiles, I think he's more than likely to win this game. The only bingo that Roland has is in sight, and it won't be fitting anywhere on this board. So I think this is pretty much wrapped up for Stuart Hilton, pushing him a lot higher on the standings, and Roland unfortunately would be ending this game with a loss.
Well, yes, indeed. I think, in as much as he would be losing this game, I think he fought really hard. Like I said earlier, was taking, scores when necessary. He scored a lot of high points. All right, was so sorry for John. We're up and running now. Selly is what we're seeing come down. CELLY. Looks like it's going for a possible two-move finish. Selly for 11 points. All right, not much that Roland can do. Escort through the OR of Rude and Farrow. Escort scores 25, but still it doesn't do much other than reduce the deficit. Yeah, Escort is what it should be looking to do, or something else like size, SICE, leaving INT. Like I said, Roland fought very hard in this game, but yeah, it's not it's not his game. Looks like you could also do side to the right hand side of suture, the side for 17 points. Yes. Although I don't quite see where Stewart would be able to finish with ALE. I can only see EAN right to the top right corner of the board. Alright, looks like it's doing EN. Not quite sure why he's doing that, but yes, EN.
If I were to guess, probably a mistrack. Maybe he thought he was blocking out the outplay for Stewart, or let's see, perhaps there is some reasoning to that, but currently that is a very interesting play for me, if you ask me.
Interesting indeed. Looks like we saw EL come down. Yes, EL, like we said, no way for him to finish. EL came down, and yes, it's
All right, Roland now splits down is S, again ZEES and SHUN, and rightfully with 0 seconds left for Stewart, he finishes the game playing AR. Final scores are Stewart's 438 to Roland's 362. What a game this has been, right? Going.
yes, very interesting game. I think this is the first game where both the players have less than 30 seconds on their timers. I mean, Stewart on the one hand has exactly 0 seconds left, and 1 second would make him drop to a time deficit, and Roland has 11 seconds left. I think this game was quite tense for both players, as they had to give it their absolute best.
All right, now we'll see if we can catch any post-mortem from both players as we switch to the overhead mic in a bit.
Or 3-3-6-2. Yeah. This is the last time I pick him. Last time. This will play one time.
Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the Golden Coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the Golden Coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums. city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, back is the host. Aquaba, Aquaba, the drum now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aqua, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Aquaba, Aquaba, the Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. upon the rhythm. This beat. WESPAC is the host. The drums now. Let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words. The cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We got the letters, we got the score. Knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 towers, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score. Knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score. Knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got this, we've got the score. Knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score. Knocking right upon your door. The rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat. Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the Golden Coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the Golden Coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the Golden Coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the Golden Coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the Golden Coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We got the letters, we got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, make a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away.
Okay, okay. Hello, everybody. Hello, viewers. Welcome back to the last round of the main event of WESPAC Live here in Ghana, Accra. All right, I'm very, very stoked for this one. Again, we have Doko Uluati. I think this is the second time we're having him on stream with Ashan. Right here with me, I have Koinsola Lasaki. Beautiful to be here once again. All right, so they're going right into it. Doko starts, and I think we might be getting a little bit of a pause here before they resume. Coin, can you tell me a little bit about Doko?
Well, yes, I would be glad to do that. Doko Oluwatimileyin happens to be the current African Scrabble champion, and he won the West African Scrabble Championship in 2023. So yes, he is not just a regional champion, but also a continental champion. He also won this year's President's Cup. So yes, Doko Oluwatimileyin, an amazing player from Nigeria.
Beautiful, beautiful, very beautiful to hear. And currently, the standings we have Adam Logan at the top, and we see Waving has dropped to the third position, and Wasim from Pakistan seems to be creeping into the top three as he's currently in second place, and Ashan currently that we have on screen is at fourth place, and I think Timmy Woko from Nigeria has been pushed further to this fifth place.
Yes, indeed. Ashan is this year's national Scrabble champion for England and is also won the MGI International Scrabble Classics in 2025, and in WESPAC 2023, Ashan made it into the final, head to head, but he lost to David Elder.
Okay, as we can see on our screen, it's Waving second. Wasim is in fact in third place, not second place. And surprisingly, we see Nigel in fourth place. Wow, that the GOAT is slowly creeping in. Would he possibly finish in a top three, top two? We can't say. And I see Timmy Woko has dropped to seventh place, not fifth place, like I said earlier.
All right. Without further ado, let us get into the game that we have on stream right now. We have the opening rack of Doko to be GGILOOR. Okay, Olua, what do you think it can do with this rack?
Okay, I think off his rack I see the word Gigolo, I believe. Gigolo. All right. For 20 points, leaving her would not be such a bad idea. Other than that, I think he can play Goggio, I believe, for 20 points, leaving L. Either ways, I believe he could play out more tiles and just call it a day for this turn.
Yes, interesting. And just like you said, he would be playing Gigolo for 20 points. Amazing. All right, opening rack for Ashan. AEILRRV. I do not see any bingos on this rack. And I don't think he plays to any of the floats that we have on board right now.
Okay, but I think he could play, if he's trying to play longer, he could play Gabi for 22 points, leaving LR. Other than that, I feel he could play through the G of Gigolo. He could play Vaga, which is VRGA, for 18 points.
Yes. I think he has a plethora of options. All right, quick look in the chats. At the week put in, Ashan is not from Nigeria. It was a mistake from the technical team, but that has been fixed. Also, we see someone says, here for my Doko goat. Wow, I think we have some Doko fans in the comment box. Well, yes, be here to root for Doko. Like we said, it's the current African Scrabble champion, and so we expect nothing from the best of the best from him.
All right, definitely. We see Ashan taking his time here, and he's probably thinking about the different options, and he's hopefully going to make the best one.
Yes, the best indeed.
Okay, interestingly, I think come down.
Over to Timileyin. Timileyin has HOR. If you're just joining us, we have a stream now. Joko, Timileyin, and Ashan of England. We see Joko fan, amazing. Quite a number of Joko fans on watching us right now. Any Ashan fan, let us see you in the comments for Ashan. All right, Opeolua, what do you think Joko can do with this one?
Looking through the V of the just played Villa, he could play Avior, I believe, Haveou. I believe that sits comfortably on the double word lane. It's causing about 52 points leaving D, but we might be getting something different here. I believe he played HAO for 29. Now, do you think that's a miss from Doko?
No. You know, sometimes these players might have their reasons for playing, certain moves. Although 52 points is quite a lot. All right, for those of you who care to know, I know some of you might be thinking that putting the Villa there, might be a mistake. But Villa doesn't take an S. That's the end of that. Villa doesn't take an S. All right. BEEREKO for Shan. Is to move current scores 47 to 18. Again, if you're just joining, please don't forget to like the channel, subscribe, share to other word lovers out there. This is the World English Scrabble Championship happening here in Accra, Ghana. And yes, a lot of people have no idea that that event will be happening. So if you share, you'd be able to create more awareness for them. Yes. All right, Opeolua. Okay, looks like Ashan is taking his time on this move.
Okay, so I see he has triple E's and KBOR. So I believe he could play Reebok through the HI, hooking the HI from how, and I think that scores about 23, although that does open the triple lane. Other options might be to play Reek, maybe something to just get rid of the the triple E's he's having on his rack.
Yes, indeed. I think it would be looking to do something like broke or eek, to balance, the rack. He would not want to destroy the, synergy of that rack.
Yeah, definitely. I believe we might see something with double E's coming down and along with one other consonant.
One would think that the play of Villa at that spot, might be a bit just like someone in the chat has said. But considering the fact that Joko, has studied extensively, it would not, take the baits of putting,
Okay, I think he's opting for 22. He's leaving double E's.
all right, Joko to move ADEORUW.
What do you think he should play here? Okay.
I mean, he might want us just OU between, Gigolo and Broker, just plain OU, keeping WAER to, to balance the rack. Someone in the stream says for 52 points away. Well, it didn't play, the 52 point, but there was a, 52 points up for grab for Joko, and that was All right, we're back. So sorry for break in transmission. Anyways, ADRUW. All right, looks like someone in chat pointed out Ridoa. Ridoa.
Okay, we see Ashan taking his time here. I'm very much concerned to see what might be the issue. But then, Doko taking his time, not Ashan. I think Ashan made a move of broker and it was back to Doko. Now, with his rack of WOEADRU, I see he set aside Wo, maybe probably thinking to play Wo. I'm not sure. But then there are a couple of other options, just like you said, he could play OU just right in between the Golo and Broker if he wants to play short for just 12 points. But if he's open to play longer, he could play with Doha, just like somebody mentioned in the chat, just right beside Broker with the A hooking B for 24 points, leaving you. Although that opens, as we all know, it opens the triple lane. So it might not want to go for that.
All right, again, Ashan is currently in first place on the standings. Doko is in. Looks like Doko might be in 17th place right now. Yes, but Ashan is way up on the standings. He has 15 wins currently, and Doko is on 14 wins.
Okay, so we might be seeing a move of WOE from Doko. 18 points, and that has been committed. Now it's back to Ashan with EYEEIOS. Again, if he's looking to play short, he could play EYE just right beside Wo for 22 points, and I think he's going for that. EYE from Ashan, 22 points, leaving EIOS. All right, back to Doko. He has a rack of AABDRUX. Now, what do you think he should do here, Coin?
All right, looks like he could do DAUB for 37 points. If he's looking to keep, his X, yeah, DAUB or DRUB, but he might not want to have, two A's on his rack.
DRUB is definitely an option he might want to consider, and or DAUB, considering he has two A's. So playing DAUB, leaving ARX as a good one. So that's about 37, and in fact leaves the X that could be used in the next round and A. Okay, we might be seeing the first bingo of the game, and it is in fact arranged on Ashan's rack. I believe it is InfoSec. He could play that the S cooking the Golo for 73 points.
All right, for those of you who do not know, InfoSec is, a new word that has just been added to the dictionary. So yes, InfoSec is in fact valid now, and we see Ashan on his rack already. All right, looks like InfoSec will be coming down any minute from now.
Okay, I see the first blank on Doko's rack.
All right. Fun fact, the Ide takes a front hook of H, F, and K. So yes, I can't wait to see someone cash in that spot. It would score quite a lot.
Okay, back to Doko with AIRX blank QY.
Well, it looks like the first blank has found its way to Joko's rack.
Okay, could cash it in, scoring 50 points just in between InfoSec Villa.
Yes, scores 50 points. Wow, that's quite a lot.
A lot indeed, if you'd ask me. So Ashan is yet to Styles. The current scores are 1-5 for Doko to Ashan's 1-3-3.
Even after the bingo, Ashan, it doesn't seem like Doko is, that moved as he's still leading in this game. And, he has the X, he has the first blank. And so I know it would compete, in this game.
Yeah, that was in fact a very sweet spot and a solid lead from Doko. Now back to Ashan.
Wow, it may seem that coincidentally on the other stream, Adam just played QI. Beautiful. Wow.
What a coincidence.
What a coincidence indeed.
Okay, with a rack of ADEIOTU, what do you think Ashan should do here?
Looking at the condition of the board, I think auto right next to I would be good, although it doesn't completely take out the threat, of the HF or K, which we might be seeing anytime from now. Playing auto there doesn't completely erase that threat, but looks like that's what it would be looking to do.
All right, auto for 23 points. It is. Okay, back to Doko with ADIRXY blank. Okay.
Wow, looks like he has Ixnay right underneath, QIN, and he would be cashing his blank to make that play. I think he scores 78, and 78 is, pretty much for him to pass out on, because the next available player I see is just AY and scores 36. 78 is really a lot, So do you think he should burn the blank and play Ixnay?
I mean, it does cost 78, and if you're looking to play bingo as well, I mean, the range between a bingo is from that point, and I mean, it should probably go for that and just cash it in.
Indeed. I'm pretty sure he must have spotted it, but he's thinking long and hard on whether he should still retain the blank and maybe play the X somewhere else, or if he should just do that. Current score 152, 156 after Ashan's last play of auto.
Okay, someone is, I think the big Putin pointed that the K is on the board. Yeah, actually, the K is on the board. So we won't be saying kid, but we could still see HEYED come down from that end. So, I mean, considering there's still one H on same.
And also, the F,
The
for
F as well.
FEYED.
Yeah.
Wow, looks like Ashan has 3 eyes. Interesting, very interesting. Would see how he would be able to get himself out of that situation. Looks like Doko is really taking his time on this turn.
Okay, we might be seeing Ixnay come down from Doko and he's going for 78 points.
Wow. Like I said, 78 points, really too much. You do not want to pass out on that, and there's still one blank at large, and as we can see, it's not on Ashan's rack. So yes, taking 78 points right now in the game, is really not that bad of an idea.
So it is raining eyes on Ashan's rack with a rack of ADEIIIT. Now, what do you think you should do here, Queen?
Oof. Ah, this is very this would be a tough decision for him. He might decide to change, keeping DATE, exchanging all the eyes, or exchanging two eyes, or scoring something as little as 7, playing TBR to the B of DAUB. Although that takes out the B float, or TBR A, keeping DI. Not a lot of options for Shan on this turn.
Would you be considering an exchange?
I mean, an exchange wouldn't be too bad, considering the fact that he's down and he doesn't want to be he doesn't want to be struggling right now in this game.
Right. Very curious to see what Ashan decides for this turn.
All right, all right, all right. So far so good. We have been seeing beautiful plays from both players. Infosec, which is a new addition to the dictionary, has come down, and we saw Villa come down. Villa doesn't take an S, so the double word score right next to Villa would not be
Accessible.
yes, it would not be accessible. And then we saw Doko play Ixnay, burning is blank for 78 points. And now Shan, current national scoring champion, would be looking to try to balance its rank of 3 I's, an A, an E, D, and T. If you're just joining, this is the WESPAC main event live here in Accra, Ghana. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and share it to as many word lovers that for them to join us, learn one or two, and have a good time. All right, let's not forget that the EYED threat is still there, and if either one of them, is able to pick, the F or the H, scoring in that spot would be a whole lot.
It's been over 2 minutes, and Ashan is yet to make a move.
Tough decision. This looks like a sticky situation for.
Okay, I think he's going in for an exchange.
It looks like he would be retaining just TAE. Very, very interesting, if you ask me.
All right, the rack of DDELORR for Doko. It could play a dot through the A from the A of dog for 20 points, leaving L how.
Yes, looks like I shall retain TIE, not TAE. Pardon me for that mistake. Yes.
What other options do you see for Doko on this turn?
DORR, or just DOR, scores 10, doesn't score as much as Adored does. So I think he might be looking to do Adored, retaining just L and R.
Okay. Is there any move from B seems okay defensively? Yeah, definitely. If he's trying to play defensively, he could play something through the B just to block that lane.
Yes, and Ashan has drawn, the letter F. It might be playing to that spot.
Yeah, definitely. We could see that come through. So if he's trying to play defensively, he could play broad or board from the B of dog.
Yeah, I think board is a safer option. Broad exposes that, triple letter score right next to the O, and then playing from there down would be a whole lot. And yeah, it looks like it's doing board.
Yeah, board is definitely a safer option considering the Z is still in the bag.
All right, looks like he's even extending it further and playing bordel. All right, bordel it is for 10 points. All right, let's see if Ashan would be looking to play to the EYED, fun for 36 points. Like I said, that scores a whole lot. Looks like we'll be seeing a challenge. All right, looks like we'll be seeing a challenge of bordel. Beautiful. There's the green. Bordel is very much valid. And bordel we might be seeing an extension of bordel, bordello, adding LO to bordel. It would be really, really exciting to see that extension.
Okay, an extra 5 points from the challenge of bordel makes it 15 points for Doko.
Amazing, amazing. Beautiful play from Doko. I'm pretty sure you must know the extension of bordel, bordello, LO. All right, looks like it's Ashan's turn to move. Quick score check: Doko 245, Ashan 156. All right, so sorry for the break in transmission. Looks like while we were away, Ashan played FUN just like we said, FUN for 36 points, cashing in that juicy spot right on top of I. And looks like Doko is going in for a being for a play of third, 31 points, playing fund as well. Amazing, very much amazing. All right, and it looks like we have DTPEIUE on Ashan's rack. Opelua, any beautiful place for Ashan?
Still looking, but I believe he could play. Probably if he's trying to play longer, he could play Oditi to the A of dog for 18 points, leaving key.
I think he might be worried about doing that. 3 S's yet to be played. We can see one of the S's on Timile's rack already, but 2 other S's in the bag, and from Ashan's point of view, 3 S's yet to be played. So he might not want to do that.
Definitely, that is something he would be concerned about. Other than that, he could play UP up right beside Golo. That scores less, about 13 points, leaving DEEIT.
Very much interesting, but it looks like Ashan doesn't have any high scores, with his current rack.
Definitely. And also right beside Bordel, I think you could play EIDE for 19 points, leaving key to you. Now, would you play that?
Not quite. Maybe doing something safer. If he does EIDE, as you can see, Timilene has a Z, and he would definitely play ZEL and probably something like ZAP. Yes. So doing EID would not be the safest option for him.
Definitely, we know that because we can see Doko's rank and he has a Z. So if he plays EIDE, he would be giving a lot back to his opponent.
A lot indeed.
Up does feel like the best options here, and it goes for up for 13 points.
All right, wonderful, wonderful. ACEPRZ. Wow. ZAP in that exact same spot where he could have played EIDE would score 41 points, and that is a whole lot for Timilehin. Although playing ZEP there, we if he does play that, we would not be seeing the extension of Bodel, it's become Bordello. But yes, it would have been nice to see that, but we might be seeing ZAP or ZEP come down.
Definitely ZAP or ZEP scores 41 points.
But it looks like Woko is trying to make things, a little bit more interesting. Doing praise instead. Maybe he really, wants to play that extension. Maybe it's a setup for, that play. Although we can see that the last L is now on Ashan's rack.
Okay, Uluati says we could play Caesars Bordels. That's definitely an option, but we see he went for Craze instead. I believe Caesars and Bordels would have scored more than Craze.
Well, like I said, maybe he was really looking to extend, Bordel to Bordello, but yes, it doesn't do that. And we see Ashan going in for gel for 25. Yes, so the option of Bordello is still open, that's if Ashan. Oh, there are no O's, so we would not be saying Bordello. Oh, very sad.
Okay, the last O is in fact with Doko, so if he ever wants to play Bordello, it would be now. But I see a better option of, I think I see Whips. He could play Whips. WEEPS just underneath gel, and that scores massively, 62 points, leaving OT, although it does open the triple lane beneath. Also, another option might be to play WOP if he wants to retain his S, leaving EEST for 48 points. Either ways, I see Doko can score a lot here, and he could just play Whip if he wants to leave his S, and that scores him 50 points.
Whip 50, Whips 62. I think he might be doing Whip, keeping the S, I think he's quite confident. Although we see that he has one S, Ashan also has another S.
Okay, looks like the UP setup for Ashan is finally going to come through, as he has highlighted, I believe, for 68 points, and he could add the D to the UP from up he played earlier for 68 points. In the same position, he could he could play vertically, although both positions do expose the triple, but I believe it's up to him at this point to make a decision.
Yes, indeed. Someone in charge just said that even if even if Ashan plays a bingo, it might not be enough for him to come back into the game. And I think that's very true. Doko has been scoring really, really high on each turn, and it's taking him, far ahead. So a bingo from Ashan might not even do much right now.
Okay, we see someone say mitosis might drop. Okay, that is looking at Doko's rack. If he does play highlighted, and we might do in fact see mitosis, I believe, drop.
All right, there's a joke in the chat. Someone say whip will make somebody weep.
That is very interesting.
All right. Ashan is thinking hard on this, but it looks like he's going to do it anyway. All right. ISLETED coming down for 68 points, and we might be seeing a mitosis coming down. Score check 258 and 298 for Ashan after his bingo. Beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Okay, so if we do see mitosis come down, that will be back-to-back bingo for both players. Okay, the big button said it can play it on that whip. I don't think eyelet head would fit on that whip. It doesn't fit on that whip. So his best bet was to either play it vertically or horizontally, hooking the UK of dupe.
Well, right now, do you think would be seeing mitosis, considering the fact that there's a blank at large, and Timileyin knows that if his opponent gets his hand on the blank and alongside some tiles, the A is very flexible. It's very easy to see a bingo where an 8th letter where the A is the second, letter in the word. So do you think it would be risking a ×9, because a ×9 would very much bring Ashan back into the game, and then it would become neck and neck?
A timer would in fact might even make him win. So I think all of these are things he would be considering a mitosis exposes the board a lot. The triple is something to consider. Even the S from the mitosis, the second S, another lane can come down from the triple lane. So this does cost 70 points, but it might give back a lot to Ashan.
Yes, indeed. Well, looks like Ashan doesn't have the blank, although he would have a bingo to play on his next turn. And so this turn would really this decision would be really crucial in determining how the game eventually turns out.
Definitely. We might be seeing vitamins from Ashan.
Wow, this must be a really tough decision for Timileyin.
So if he's choosing not to play a mitosis, he could play minors, I believe, with the M. It's very obscure, in fact, and it does overlap a lot of words. So M could hook the U of third, coming down, I form air, and then A form water, and S hooking the boyo for boyos. This costs 48 points. But I do think this doesn't block the vitamins that we would see from Ashan.
Well, is vitamins even valid? Sounds quite strange to me. All right, looks like it's very much valid. Okay. Let's see what we would be seeing.
This is a very critical point in this game for Doko, and every decision matters right now.
Indeed. We know for a fact that Ashan would not be playing a triple if a mitosis is played. But Doko doesn't know that, in fact, from his point of view, the blank is still at large, and at this point of the game, what are the odds that your opponent has not picked the blank, especially because he just played a bingo and then he gets to go for 7 tiles. So the probability of his opponent having the blank is a whole lot.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, we see Tochinwale says that Doko has to take his bingo nonetheless. Yes, I think playing a mitosis would take a score up to 428, and that would make the spread about 138. I mean, the threat of the ×9 is still there, but it looks like just like Tochinwale said, Doko would be taking his bingo nonetheless. Wow.
Okay, and he is taking the bingo nonetheless, and we might be seeing vitamins or marviest come down through the E of highlighted from Ashan.
Wow, my goodness. Interesting, you only live once, just like someone in the chat has pointed out. Looks like Doko is in fact on hold as Ashan is checking the number of tiles left in the bag. He knows that he doesn't have the blank, and there are 10 tiles left in the bag, and so it's quite the probability of Doko picking the blank is quite high. So yes,
Definitely. I really do see him picking up the tile. I mean, he just played 7 letters, and we have about 10 tiles left in the bag. So the probability is really high.
all right. Looks like we would not be seeing a challenge here, but we would be seeing Marviest or Vitamas come down in a minute.
Vitamins does score significantly, a little bit more for 86 points, and Mavia scores 84 points.
All right, HNT, and there is the blank. Oof, for a moment there, I thought we would not be seeing the blank come out of the bag, and it doesn't just get the blank, it gets the J as well. My goodness.
Okay, I see Ashan going for Vitamins almost immediately for 86 points.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Beautiful indeed.
Wow. JA Jihad, 62 points.
Sits comfortably in the triple
I
lane
think
if he
Doko,
plays through the eye of Islated.
I think Doko would be clinching this win. He has over 60 points up for grab. There's Jota for 68. Yes, a whole lot. Jota playing next to a mitosis. That's a lot. Yes.
Definitely a lot. I mean, he has a score of over 50 to 60 for this round. This is definitely an overkill.
Beautiful, beautiful. We see more people joining us. Thank you so much for joining. We're having so much fun here. Explosive plays. These two, the best of the best, the current African Scrabble champion, and Ashan, who was in the final head-to-head battle at the last WESPAC. So yes, amazing players we have on stream here. As you can see, we've had so beautiful plays, so much beautiful plays on stream here. So yes, thank you so much for joining us. Like a rocket indeed, finding not just the blank but also the letter J.
It is in fact what Doko needs right now to secure his way for this round. So would we be saying Jota? Would we be saying Jihad? Pardon? Would we be saying Jots? He has a whole lot of options to choose from.
I think right now, whatever Doko plays, it would be fine. It would win this game. There's no way Ashan would be winning this. So yes, I think Doko would 100% play Jota, 68 points, leaving HNN.
Definitely.
All right, Ashan is also the current UK champion. Yes, indeed, he is. He won the 2025 National Scrabble Championship and also the MGI MGI International Scrabble Championship.
So we have the African champion facing the UK champion. Interesting.
2 champs. That's why we've had nothing but the best. The beautiful play of Bordel, I know for a fact that I was hoping to extend that to Bordello. That would have been amazing to see on stream.
And I also learned InfoSec, which means information security.
Interesting, very interesting. That's a new word, just like we said earlier. And for Ashan to be very much aware of the playability of this word, that shows acidic word power. Then we saw ISLETED, which I believe is pronounced outed, come down, and then Vitamas, amitosis, beautiful play. I think Doko was very bold enough to take his play of amitosis because he's nonetheless not minding the triple threat. Amazing stellar play from both champs. Yes, indeed. All right, JA is what it does instead. Doko does just JA, leaving HNNT blank.
That scores 58 points. I think he wants to use his blank for later. But would we be saying later?
Well, because, looks like Ashan can finish with NENE.
Right.
Well, nonetheless, Doko would Doko has, taken this win, and yes, it would be on 15 wins right after this game.
Wow, that is massive.
Very much massive, very massive indeed.
Okay, we might be seeing an outplay of NENE through the E of highlighted from Ashan. Okay, I think is worth noting that this is Ashan's third loss in a row, and that might in fact disrupt his momentum. And unfortunately for him, but fortunately for Doko, this is Doko's game, and with that, it's a wrap for round 24 of this game. Wow, what a beautiful game.
Beautiful game indeed. Coming from the beginning of the game where we had, the play of Gigolo and then Villa, we found out that Villa doesn't take an S, and so the double word score would not be useful. And then we saw Ixnay come down, but right before that, we saw Infosec come down for 73 points. Infosec, which is in fact, a newly added Scrabble word, then Ixnay for 78 points. Doko had to, take the risk and Born is blank for 78 whole points. Then we saw an exchange of 3 eyes by Ashan, and then we saw ISLETED outed come down, and then mitosis, Vitamas, and then JA. Yoko went into the back to pick not just the J but also the blank. Amazing, big ups to both players. What do you think of Oluwa?
This has been a very game. True and true. I mean, what a way to end day 3 of this main event. I particularly enjoyed this game. It's nothing less of wonderful from the beginning to the end. So before we go, I'd like to give a closing commentary remark for today. I'd like to give a shout out and a special thanks to our organizers, the Panasa president, SCAG president, the stream director for making the stream possible, and the assistants, which is just Greenway and Nelson Oganje. And of course, to our commentator support, which is Samuel Anko and Emmanuel Egbele. And of course, we wouldn't be hearing these commentators if we don't have an actual commentator. So I'd like to thank Excel Muiwa, Koinzola Lasaki, and myself, Omotayo Opeoluwa. Thank you so much, our viewers, because this stream would be nothing without you guys. From the beginning to the end, you've been supportive, you've been engaging, and we see you, we appreciate you. So thank you very much. Remember, we still have about 12 more games, I believe. We have 8 more games to go. So make sure you stay tuned till the grand finale, because it only gets more exciting from here. Thank you very much. And from the house, we say bye.
This massive beat. Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. City's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat, can you handle this massive beat? Aquaba, Aquaba, to the golden coast. Aquaba, Aquaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Aquaba, Aquaba, the drums are talking now. Aquaba, Aquaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door.